Hello and welcome to today's qualifier, day number 2, last chance of course. But don't worry, it won't be the last chance. You are seen as both me, Warren1x, and Kronos, because we will be sticking up with you furthermore. Don't worry about it. I welcome you, Kronos, here today. Were you able to catch all of the games yesterday? Because it was such a bloodbath and all over the brackets, like so many teams falling down, going through. Were you able to catch most of it?
Not gonna lie, fam, I didn't really catch most of that, but I'm gonna say something though. I know for a fact that it was a banger, and I know today's gonna be a banger as well.
Well, absolutely. That's a cheesy way out of this one, right? But I don't judge you for that, because yesterday there was so much. We even had to cut one game out of the schedule because there was so much of the carnage happening. The games went on for so long. So I'm hoping today we will not have to cut anything. I hope everything will be on time and the games will be like nice, like, you know, of course. Once upon a time you want that 30-minute bloodbath, but if all the games that we are getting today will be 30 minutes bloodbaths, then I am a little bit worried that we might not make it on the schedule. But let's see, let's leave that to the future, as we will be looking over the bracket once more. We can clearly see that meta shift are waiting against Honor. We went over that yesterday already. They could be or won't be advancing to the next match. Depends how they will manage to duke it out. Of course, we have Method Black against Loyal Sword. We saw Method Black. I have to tell you, they rebuilt their whole roster other than mid laner, that even switched names. So people wouldn't recognize, or I don't know, he just wanted to be reborn as someone new. And well, it's working wonderfully for them. Misa Esports against Hack. That should be the game that we will be watching first on stream. Then we see Carpe Diem advancing as well. They will be matching their own opponents, which we will see in a bit. Yeah, it will be Ragpulse. Ragpulse heard a little bit about that squad, so could be definitely interesting. But looking back at the bracket, we of course can go over the loser bracket as well, where we see Big Mistake still battling against Gazdawat. So it's a rematch because, well, no, I'm sorry, no, because it was someone else that put Gazdawat there. Sorry, I mixed it up in my own head, maybe making that fake narrative. We have Etherfall against OP Noctalis, Astra Int, I think that was the team that put Gazdawat there. So it's still a little bit possible that they will meet later on. Of course, that would mean that Gazdawat would need to go through their opponent right now, then other, but maybe that's something for the future. Astrant against Azure, and this looks like that's what we have in the loser bracket.
You know what? The last chance qualifiers say and mean the same thing. It's a last chance to qualify, but also a last chance to leave an impression to the audience that are watching, right? That's one of the most important things. We've seen so many new teams named. You mentioned about a dozen at least, but at the same time, how familiar are we with these teams? Yes, we can go through the rosters. Yes, we can go and find out a lot of information about them hidden, you know, within the community. We can go deep into the roots and go and look at all these Discord tournaments that takes place every single time. But then again, we won't know their capability. We won't know their ceiling. We won't know how good they are unless they show that to us. And hey, you can be good in scrims, you can be good in your rank games, but you gotta be good in the tournament scene, especially when we're talking about Surge Europe, because you get a slot in the MEC. That's gonna be the fall 2025. And looking at the regular slots, these are the teams that have impressed us. These are the teams that have made it all the way from the Thunder division: Jackpots, Minerva, Fury, Omni, of course, Stolen Angels, Void Kids, and Revenant Order. And while on the other side, for relegation and promotion, these are the teams that got promoted, of course. Eternal Oblivion, these guys are a team to watch out for. Ake, of course, cementing their place after going down from the Thunder division. Teeny, Bamboozle, and a lot more to come by. But then again, folks, so we are looking to lock down the map for the first match of the day. It's going to be a best of one. And as Warren mentioned, it's going to be Misa versus Hack, and I think it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath with the 30-minute games that we saw yesterday. I think we might see another 30-minute game today.
We will see if that's what future holds, of course. Right now, looking at the draft, we still don't know that much because we can only read the rosters that will be matching. Of course, there is very important thing to be said, and that is that Misa Esports is truly indeed an esports organization, so that holds a lot of gravity. Because some of the teams are just made up for the reason to play the tournament, whereas Misa Esports already is a squad that's already under an organization, which typically would be the idea that you go for it last chance qualifier, maybe you have a chance to let yourself be shown, and then you get that spot. But Misa already have that, but that means there's even bigger burden on their backs because they need to show off. They want to keep their spots, so they need to perform. I'm very excited that for the first time on the stream, we will be seeing this lineup. We have Pancake, Cupcake, Bitter, Whis, and My Lobby, of course, against composition of Hack, where we have Seraphiel, Bulky, already granted Sariel, and Panda Evo. We see kind of classical bans, other than Horrid, because typically teams leave him open. So you could maybe dial up on that and tell me, what do you think is the plan with banning on Horrid?
The Harith, of course, lane dominance is quite clear when you ban out the Harith. You do not want to get bullied out. I'm looking at the Arlot doing the same. You don't want to be bullied out in the early game. He can go for a little bit of a tanky fighter build. Of course, the Angela is quite straightforward. The Lancelot, again, another straightforward ban. You do not want to give away such an early power spike hero, especially if the jungler is going to be, you know, really good in his hands. Then you're talking about CC. Again, another lane-dominated hero. A lot of these are lane priority. And the Angelas for global support until the end with that 12-second cooldown after getting the Enchanted Talisman. But here, what will be the final ban? There's a lot open, a lot left on the table. The Eastern Shin, the Baxia, these are the two heroes that are quite prominent in the current meta. As we don't have a lot of information on these teams, a lot of information on these players, apart from My Lobby, of course. We know My Lobby. He likes to turn up whenever he can. So we want to see him on the Phoveus. We want to see him on playmaking heroes like the Lapu Lapu. We've already seen it in the Thunder division, making sure to be the cornerstone for Void kids to try and take that mantle and go into the, you know, get qualified for the MEC Fall 2025. But here, will he be able to do the same for Misa Esports? As Warren mentioned, they are a prominent esport organization, of course, from Turkey, if you guys didn't know about it. And here we have Kimi being banned out. Let's see what Misa Esports can cook for us.
I feel that's already telling a story that you can go for first pick Baxia. Of course, you would leave Jisunshin open, but Jisunshin would get pretty much mitigated by the reduction on healing. If he would be shooting Baxia, of course, Baxia can also run on top of him and make his life super hard. So I'm feeling like Misa Esports have very clear path for that Baxia first pick. But of course, they can surprise me and us and all the viewers with something different. It will be a Grok. So that's already telling us a story. They won that mid lane prio, because with Grok, it's basically secured.
I think with Grok, definitely you have a lot of early game priority. You have a lot of, you know, frontline prowess, of course. And I think main thing is looking and securing objectives and creating space, right? Peeling is super important. Grok is one who can set and peel for the team. So you get a 2-in-1 combo. But if you pair it up with the right heroes, it could be a wombo combo. But they're letting go of the Eastern Shin. And I'm thinking that Hack's got to pick that Eastern Shin up. Unless it's not in their hero pool. I mean, it's got to be. Like, you cannot not have a Eastern Shin on your hero pool. And then again, not to mention, the Grok is absolutely great just because of the fact that the CC's been taken off the table as well. So that extra bit of poke that could come in from far. Same with the Kimi. So you're not going to have a lot of problems in terms of poke. You're looking at the Granger, of course, that is open. I think it's got to be here, what, Granger, Eastern Shin, but that's too squishy, too early. Ooh,
well,
never
apparently
mind.
they think that Eve and Yuzong are the pickups. I'm a little bit skeptical about Yuzong because, of course, Arlot is off the board together with CC, and CC could be probably the troublemaker against Yuzong, even though typically from what I know about the game, Yuzong feels like one of the strongest experience level 1, so probably CC wouldn't be a problem for him until like later stages of the game, until like the until the Vorax completed and stuff like that. But what I'm worried about is picking up Yuzong on your first rotation on red side, basically you are telling your opponent, all right, we have this big dive in with Yuzong, so Misa Esports can just decide to have a very tanky composition with only one carry, and then Yuzong doesn't have that much value.
Yeah, but you're right, but also Yu Zhang always has value as long as that Black Dragon form is alive, right? As long as you want to siege into turrets, as long as you're looking to defend, you can be the distraction. Of course, you can be the sacrifice, but most of the time you will be the distraction that will let the backline rest in peace. Well, speaking of rest in peace, Misa Esports pick up the Yi Sun Shin in the jungle. Alongside that, the Jushin that's going to be in the mid lane. This Grok Jushin combo is already so aggressive. It's already poke heavy. But I like the fact that the Yeeve's been picked up earlier from Hack because you can answer poke with poke. That's the idea for picking up the Yeeve, to be a countermeasure for whatever's coming on the other side. So they go for the Jushin. I mean, yes, it's going to be crucial in team fights, but just because they go for the Jushin here, I mean, I can expect marksmen that have closer range, that don't have a lot of range, rather. Moskov, Bruno. I can expect a Moskov or a Bruno maybe coming out from Misa Esports, but here Hack needs to respond. They don't have a lot of options. Maybe a Phoveus, but then already Yu Zhang's picked up. Hayabusa is gonna be the pick in the jungle. So I think this Jushin's got to be aware, but Hayabusa is looking for a really early snowball against the Grok, against the Yi Sun Shin. I'm not really sure if that's gonna work out. Bane being banned out, they expect Misa Esports to go for a 1-3-1 hyper carry. I mean, given the Yi Sun Shin, it does make sense.
Well, looking at the team comps, I'm already a little bit fearful for the side of Misa Esports, because right now I would definitely love to be on the right side of the draft phase. I would love to be in the red team, because even though I was a little bit questioning a little bit that Yuzong pickup that they'd been so early. Right now, looking at what we have, you have Jukshin, you have Jisun Shin. Of course, they have dashes, but now with Hayabusa on board as well, there is so much damage coming their way that they will need to be extra careful, because there is so many threats coming from the side of Hack, and they don't even have two other heroes that will be maybe even adding up onto that threat.
I'm looking, yeah, I was saying that. I said it earlier. Granger is a good shout just because of the fact that you can poke down this Grok early on. Again, it's really good in the lane. Not a lot of options on the other side in terms of countering this Granger, but I am looking at a Moskov here from Misa Esports. They have the protection of the Jushins, you know, the Crimson Beacon. You have a Cloud that's technically kind of protecting you at that point. You have the option of Peel with this Grok. You definitely have the Yi Sun Shin to help out as well in terms of vision control. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just went for a Ruby here in the gold lane and maybe lock in a Phoveus as another front line at the EXP.
I would really love that switch up that you just brought onto the table. If you go Ruby gold lane, she should be able to survive Granger, and in teamfights you would have super formidable front line. And of course you still have those two squishy carries, but that's something you already have on the board. But no reason to add on to that. Before you talked about Moscow, I see the vision that he can kind of deal with the threats coming on top of him. He can push Yuzhong away, he can push Hayabusa away if played very well. He can even jump on Yeeve and cancel her revolt manipulation through his stun onto a wall if it's played very well from him. But then you have third carry into your lineup, and Hayabusa has just a free table of choices that he can just prey upon.
Yeah, as long as there's a Yi Sun Shin on the other side, though, I'm always leaning in there. It's a personal bias. My favorite hero, Warren, so I mean, don't hold me against it, but I do feel like a Ruby here would be good. Yeah, they go for the Ruby, they go for the Uranus as well in the EXP lane, and that's no ordinary Uranus, right? It is the Uranus of my lobby. Of course, we know what kind of player he is, but then again, don't forget he's a playmaker. Can you really make plays on a Uranus? You're the one who's trying to be the big bait. Uranus got to be the one that is baiting everyone to look at him, to make sure they are pouncing upon him. So hopefully Hack don't fall for that trap early on, because if they do, it's going to be tough. But Yu Zhang does have a slight bit of an early advantage when it comes to that. Now to wrap up the draft, they're looking for someone in the wrong position. Not a lot of options open. Hylos got to catch some of the two great options that they had already banned out. Grok taken off the table. What are we looking at? Maybe a Tigreal, but that's too slow. The Ruby's going to absolutely annihilate him. You have the Kaja that could be great just because you want someone to shut down this Uranus early on. but it's not going to work out. Kalea is another great option I think they should be able to go for here. Kalea for the pickoff, while you also have Yu Zhang for the Petrify combo with the real-world manipulation. Yeah, I'm thinking Kalea just because you want to single someone out.
I agree with your idea. I think Kalea would make the most sense. Of course, we will see who they decide upon. Of course, with many roam picks being off the board already, it really looks like Misa Esports were planning this all along. And right now it feels like, especially with the time added upon the decision of Hack did, meaning that they still didn't decide. They are still thinking it through. It looks like they've been backed into a corner a little bit, but maybe they have a very nice idea. Maybe they are just playing with our heads. But right now, looking at it, Misa Esports with a completed composition, which I must say I really like, even though I didn't like it before. And now Hack with the last option to kind of rotate it around, change it up, and steal away the victory of this draft. Ooh, we have Akai. We have Akai. I don't know if I quite like it. And I see the vision with heavy spin. All right, let me tell you one thing, Kronos. I see you are looking at that Akai, especially curiously as I am as well. But let me tell you one thing. If those heavy spins will keep Uranus at bay, Ruby at bay, Grok at bay, if there is this triple combo, then I can kind of see his value going up. But if he will not be able to hit those right targets, well, then he will be completely useless.
I was gonna say, the production already gave us a nice bit of a call saying it was gonna be Hilda in the roam position, but you were ranting on about how Akai works, so I'll let you go for it anyway, Warren. But then again, Hilda over here in the roam position for Hack, it does make sense. You want to be early on, you want to be aggressive into the opposition, you want to be in the face of the Yisun Shin while he's in the jungle. And folks, let me just leave Riznos out and call in Kronos just so that, you know, he can cast the game. But of course, I think this looks solid, right, Warren?
Yeah, I mean, you could be rocking those possibly as your alter ego. I think it would be playable. You could spin that shit. Right now, jumping into the game pretty soon. Which map did we choose? Can you remind me? Was it Dangerous Grass? We will see in the game, of course.
I gotta ask Riznos.
I'm just hoping that it's not Flying Clouds, because I feel we talked about this into great lengths with Zakota yesterday, but I really feel like Flying Cloud is the least imaginative option for the map. Where like Dangerous Grass, alright, you can go Assassins, it can be very much more catch comp oriented, whereas with Broken Walls you can kind of run through the wall map, you don't really need that much mobility, and it kind of weakens the mobile champs because you cannot jump over the walls. Well, you can, but there are empty spaces between the walls, so it kind of dissipates. And then you have, of course, the river speed buff. Then means you can rotate through the whole map up and down and do stuff. So I really liked all three of those, but Flying Cloud, it's not really my cup of tea. I don't know what I think about it.
Flying Cloud's my favorite. So meme worthy. Such a meme that one is. Just flying around. I remember where he just flew around, saw a team fight. Nope. Took a U-turn immediately while he was on the cloud as well. So I think that's my favorite. That's my favorite map, at least for fun, right? For how do I say it? For giggles. But then again, now looking at what the game is gonna bring to us with this Hilda in the roam position, the aggressiveness, in the face of the Yisun Shin, and also the best part about the Hilda here is you get to play parallel with the Grok. Right, you're able to be adjacent to the Grok the entire time while he's trying to make rotations. Hilda's not one hero that gets poked down quite easily. You definitely have the inbuilt regen that comes in when you go into the bush, and it does help out in terms of rotation. You can single out a target by just zoning them away, and I'm looking at the Yisun Shin mainly alongside that Jushin, of course. But then again, if you're able to bait out a Purify, a Flicker, something, it's gonna work out better for the Yu Zhang or for the RWM when it's dropped down, or maybe even the Hayabusa. And looking at the lineup, I think they're probably going to go for Flickers, especially the Jushin, knowing that's going to be super crucial. But if the Hilda's running at you and you already flickered out and you already use your ultimate, that is a free kill for the Hayabusa. And that's how I'm looking at it. And hopefully it will turn around and turn to be a great game indeed, because it's a best of one, folks. Let's not forget. One game. I think we have 2 best of 1s and 2 best of 3s, right? that's what we have lined up for
That's
today,
really
and I think it's gonna be absolutely great indeed. But then again, folks, enough yapping, enough talking. We're gonna go to the game right now, so we'll see you in the Land of Dawn.
Well, and as we approach the Land of Dawn, we can already see that our junglers will be starting their responding buffs, right? Looks like Jason Shin will be starting his orange buff, kind of classic that we see over here. Already granted, going for his purple buff, kind of classic, what we see over there as well. Panda Evo Saria with a little bit of pog happening his way. Pretty sneaky start. Oh, wait a second.
Oh, wait. I think Hayabusa trying to go in. I'm not sure if that's the brightest of ideas. You know what? I want to check if this is the pancake that I know, that I've heard of, at least the ones that played in MPL Mena. If it is so, then you know it's going to be a good roamer in terms of having experience, in terms of communication, and also skill levels. But then again, Europe is so skilled, has so many great players. It's just a matter of time for them to be able to show their skills in the Land of Dawn. Oh my god, speaking of skills, man, my lobby, this guy's a lane bully, isn't he? The Yushan can't do anything.
Well, I don't know if I quite like what he went for, because he could be running that 5-second cooldown heal on every spell if he hits. I feel like that would be much smarter to sustain his way. I know, like, this of course gives him some utility as well on top of that, but I don't know if I quite like that. Of course, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? I'm just casting, I'm not playing. And what do I know about Yuzong? I have like 7 games on him. So I will leave my judgment for later. Wait a second.
Oh no, it's
got 1v2 situation, forcing my lobby into
first blood. Go ahead. I just want to say that. Go ahead, Warren.
Yeah, what else can be said? It's a first blood indeed, and Misa Esports are actually in the lead for a bit, but heck, finally stealing it away. We level 4, Panda Evo only level 3, of course it's a roamer, but what has to... Wait a second.
Oh no, Panda Evo, what are you doing? This is the problem. What an RWM, and you can see the Black Dragon form go in at the same time, looking to zone them out. Cupcake is looking cute at this moment, but has to flicker out. Sarah feel is tired, making sure the others get tired of all this nonsense is happening from the other side. As you're gonna see, the flicker comes in, but the Yogi Shadow can able to pick it up with the I am offended from Bitter, making the opposition feel a little more bitter. And you can see they go in, push him back. He's not level 4, so he doesn't have the charge, and Pancake's gonna be the next one to follow. Flickers out of harm's way. Hack, able to hack a turtle and a kill out of that team fight.
And suddenly, Heck are in advance. They are in an advantageous position in a form of gold. They have almost 800, and it's super important for their team comp, because especially with Panda Evo rocking that Hilda, it's super important if he doesn't fall behind, because it's not your typical roamer. If you're running something like Khalid, something like Hilda, they have a little bit more scaling than your typical roamers do, because of course Grok, after like 5th minute of the game, he's basically unimportant. Like, he doesn't do damage, he's just making CC, that's his job. But whereas Hilda, if she runs through the early game smoothly enough, then she could be a decent threat. Wait a second, my lobby talking about threat, he is in the opposing jungle, forcing Panda Evo into another bad fight.
No, RWM at the right time as well. Lobby's not looking for a bad fight. He is the one who's trying to bait everything out. Ogi Shadowkill already baited, but here comes the Black Dragon for him, going in looking for my lobby, but he's not able to survive. Will he do so? Consecration, not enough. Finally, the Shah Rashid able to pick up the pieces, but look at that. He misses out on a minion wave every single time they try and go for my lobby, because he's able to proxy the waves, and I feel like here's going to be a 1v1. Pancake looking to get something started. Wheeze is there. He doesn't have the Dauntless Fleet, so doesn't choose to go in. I think he's trying to steal away this gold crab. Will he be able to do it? Let's see. Oh, yes, he does. Misa Esports from Turkey able to show up
when it matters. Indeed, we stolen it off. Now Panda Evo with a 1v1 against Cupcake, forcing his flicker away. But now the next turtle will be spawning, so let's see who can get it in their pocket. Of course, Heck are going into that with an advantageous position for themselves.
Again, it's my lobby. Oh no, Bulky. Wasn't so bulky. Why are you named Bulky when you're taking squishy heroes? You got just melted down, burst in an instant with the help of the Dauntless Fleet as well. And now looking at the gold, he is the one on top. So without him, they're not going to be able to do much in this team fight. So Hack will have to give something up. And also, folks, you can see, I can see it as well. You can see the GLCH in front of their names. Yes, you're right. It is the second lineup of glitch code we're talking about. Hack. After glitching the code, they're looking to hack their way into the MEC Fall 2025. And I feel like they're doing that well so far. They have the kill lead. They have one turtle in their pocket, but they can't be making mistakes like that. However, Pancake able to find an opening. Panda needs to open up the map, needs to keep them at bay to make sure Hack's jungler, already granted, is able to survive. Dauntless Fleet comes in from Wheeze. He's looking to take down the mid lane, and Sariel's going to be next on the chopping block, taking down Cupcake, able to run out without the help of the Flicker. And now Panda, I think he's looking to survive. I'm not sure if he'll be able to. Yes, he does.
Also, the goal difference is suddenly equalized. If you look, now in esports, we're for like 2 seconds in lead even. Hack only with 300. What happened with that super big goal lead given the minute? It was like 5th minute, 4th minute, and they were like with 1000 gold ahead. But suddenly Bulky died. It wasn't really that bulky as you have already said. Oh, there's an action happening.
My lobby, man. Every single time they go for my lobby, they're going to lose the fight. That's been the cornerstone of MEC Esports. If you take a look at all the 3 kills that they've got, it's come off the back of a play that my lobby has created. So Hack need to find an opening. Oh, wait, speaking of an opening, I think they found one. Bulky's going to be the target. Everything thrown at him except the kitchen sink, and finally they get the kill on them as well. They're looking to seize at the top tier 1, but don't have the minions. Looking for a faster clear. They do have fighters. They don't have a marksman to help them melt down the tower. Meanwhile, 1v1 of the junglers of the bot side. Wheeze, worse is already granted. I'm not sure if he wants to go in for the Yogi Shadow kill. Does have the quad shadow. Finally connects as well. Looking at Wheeze. Pace has already been used, and there it is. The Yogi Shadow kill gets a 1v1. And that's why an assassin is always better than a marksman when it comes to a 1v1, especially in the early to mid game.
I love that you suddenly switch sides. Like in the draft, you were saying, oh, I love what V's picked up for himself. I love myself some Jisun Shin. But suddenly, you see Hayabusa in a 1v1 and you are giving him all the cake. I see you, Kronos. You are just trying to join the victorious side.
Hey, man, look. If you got a cupcake and a pancake on your side, some sides got to get some cake, right? You can't be that. I love cake indeed. I love to eat cake. What cake do you like? Do you like pancakes or cupcakes, Warren?
Well, I don't know if you can really talk about cupcakes if Serafiel is getting bursted like that, because right now you should be talking more about frying some fries, because Serafiel got absolutely destroyed on that pan.
Yeah, I know, and look at that bulky as well, using the Rhapsody, the Detonata to try and poke them down, but my lobby at this point is already so bulky. He's looking to take down, he needs a Sky Piercer, a couple of stats to help him out, but you can see Nice I'm Offended catches 3 with a knockup with the Tectonic Charge, and now they lose 2, looking for the 3rd. Panda can only delay the inevitable, goes down, and now they're looking to siege of the mid lane tier 1. Serafiel is tired, comes into the fray, and they go in with the Yogi Shadow kill, trying to clear the wave out, but here comes the Black Dragon form as well, just to zone them away. Without the help of the rest, I don't think they should commit, but look at my lobby. He don't care. He just wants to be in their face. He even used the Petrify. I'm not sure. I think Serafiel really is tired. Just didn't see it, just popped the Petrify for no reason.
Well, for a sec, I wanted to say that Serafiel is tired of MEC Esports Vulcan right in their face, but it looks like he isn't really tired in that way. It more so looks like he is maybe had a couple of too many ranks today, because he doesn't seem on top of his game right now. Especially coming from the early game where he had like 2 kills on his own belt, and suddenly MLBB 3-1, he's the same level, he's even little bit in the lead in the form of XP, and suddenly MEC Esports with 2000 gold to their name in advantage to compare to the Hack. And what's super important to say is definitely that right now they are kind of running out of time. MEC Esports, I'm speaking specifically, because they need to make this count, because in the pure late game they are not winning out.
I'm not sure about that. You do have Easton Shin in the late game, so oh no, never mind. Already granted, it has to do some sort of magic to survive. You can see nice Ogi Shadow kill. Able to use the quad shadow to make it out as well, but the concealed play coming through, and they're trying to make a sandwich out of him. They have a pancake, they have a cupcake, they want a sandwich, but he's already granted permission to get out of there. Hayabusa, like an assassin, the ninja, he is able to make it out, but look at Sariel left alone to fend for himself. This mid laner, abandoned by his teammates. Now, with the help of that being taken out, they're looking to seize in mid-tier 1. And what a flicker, Tectonic Charge to catch Bulky as my lobby's able to get that kill. And with the help of the Crimson Beacon, they're looking for more. And I think they're going to get it. Wheeze coming in, flanking from the other side. They find 3 more. That's a full, clean 5-man wipeout. with a triple kill on the back of my lobby.
What a show, what a team fight, but suddenly it's very firmly in the hands of Misa Esports with 4,000 gold lead because Sariel got cut off. Even though already Granted got his permission to leave the classroom, granted. Unfortunately for Sariel, he didn't have that pass, so he got stuck into that physical education that was happening from the side of Misa Esports, of course. We can look over the team fight once more. It didn't really look very well for Hack, especially with the Petrify being on cooldown. Serafiel was very close to his Queen's Wings. He didn't have it yet, so not really smartest choice to go into those fights, and especially this Granger. He is 0-4. I let myself be heard about them being able to outscale, but of course you won't be able to outscale if you are in such a bad spot. If you compare your Granger to the Ruby, even though she is 0-0-10, she is still so far ahead, 1,500. And look at the build path she is going for. She's not messing around. She's going for your neck.
Oh no, Serafiel, he had to flicker. He had to use the Fury Staff to get out as well. That's a lot of damage coming in from Wheeze. And yes, speaking of the build, look at the build of the Uranus. He's got a Thunderbolt, an Anti-Cuirass. He's not going to be melted down by any physical damage coming his way. They need Sariel to do some damage, but with a 0-3-1 KD, what can they do? Already the Lord going in, the Black Dragon form, just to make sure they can defend. But the next set of Super Minion waves, how are they going to defend that one? Holy Shield popped on the top and the mid side, and now they're looking to go in. Panda Evo, what are you doing over there? He gets taken down. Nice use of the RWM, but there's not enough damage to follow up. But what a double kill in the hands of Whis, looking for the third, as it's handed on silver platter. Serafiel tired is taken out. There's 4 members down and out. Always granted, already granted. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out. He's trying to use the Ogi Shadow Clone to clear the waves, but finally gets taken out, and now they're just juggling some HP to take down the base. Crystal, 5-man wipeout. Misa Esports show why they're a top dog, why they're a powerful name in the esports scene of Europe.
Well, what can I say? This fight, and especially last like couple of minutes, I mean like last 4 to 5 minutes of the game, it looked like they were like, until that point, it looked like they were kind of playing with their opponents. They were like messing around, you know, like goofing around, just like kind of taking it short, but then they were locked in, and when they locked in, it was so visible. All those fights flawless, no one dying, catching everyone, no one getting away. There was one clean sweep, everyone dead, then it happened again. No one to defend the base other than the Hayabusa. He tried his best, and at one moment you thought that he could defend in time, but unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depends how you spin it, Hilda was back in time, but everyone else was dead, and Hilda couldn't defend alone, and that's how the cookie crumbled. That's how Mesa Esports showed that they are truly indeed the stronger team. And I'm so surprised by us being kind of deep in a way of how the qualifier goes. We are like 7 rounds deep right now, but this didn't look like it's a 7th round. This looked like it's the first round of open qualifier. The teams were no match. I mean, Hack was no match to Mesa.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Also, since it's a best of 1, anything goes. So you want to make sure you throw your bag of tricks into this one game. However, for Hack, they just weren't able to hack it. The tricks just didn't work out. But you can see from Misa Esports, they go for the double fighter composition, trying to stick to what works already. So trying to stick to what is the current meta. Knowing that Marksman a little too weak, they need a lot more sustain in these team fights. They're able to get the Isun Shin, just funnel down into him and make sure he is able to carry for the rest of the team. And as you mentioned, Warren, like, you know, this Hayabusa does do a lot of damage. It can single targets out. But then if you are being crowded by 3 frontliners, Uranus, Ruby, and a Grok, what can you really do? You don't have the damage power spike. You haven't hit the item power spike that you want, so you're not able to catch anyone off guard. You're trying to go in, but there's the I'm offended. There's the don't run Wolf's Gang. There's a lot of problems that the assassins will face, and here again, Wheeze able to find the angle, able to find the opening, and then, you know, as you mentioned, that's how the cookie crumbles. Only because of the fact that they know what they're doing. Misa Esports have been in the bakery, they have been in the pantry, they've been cooking cakes and cakes. So definitely they know the way the cookie crumbles.
It definitely has to be said that Misa Esports looked like more coherent, more synergistic team comp, or like a team squad. Whereas on the side of Hack, there were small victories and they were kind of getting me, they were kind of earning my heart, but suddenly when MEC Esports truly locked in and when they started making the correct rotations and when suddenly the early game that they got those small victories, it finally came to fruition. Hag had nothing to do against the onslaught that MEC Esports brought onto the table. I believe in those last 5 minutes it was like 3,000 goal difference, and suddenly at the end of the game it's like almost 11,000. So what a game from MEC Esports. I'm definitely looking very closely on the continuous advantage of them through the qualifier, because I think this is not the last time we heard from them. I think this is not the last time we saw them on the stream. Only if something absolutely crazy would have to happen and they would match some absolutely insane team before we can even get back to them. Of course, they would still be dropping into the loser bracket, so we could still possibly catch them. But I don't know who is there to show up to MEC Esports, because their form looked flawless.
You know what, Warren? You still didn't answer my question. Do you like pancakes or do you like cupcakes?
Yeah, it's super nice you bring it up. I'm sorry I wasn't able to. The game was just so hand-packed by action. I must say that I like pancakes just because of their versatility, of their flexibility. You can either make salt pancakes with like cheese, with like ham, and make it like a toast kinda, or you can go all the sweet way. You can get the maple syrup, you can get some raspberries, you can get stuff like that, and also you can even put some blueberries into the making or something like that. So it's super flexible, so I am absolutely down for some pancakes. But looking at MEC Esports, they definitely know how to bake, as you have already said, because they baked themselves to victory.
You definitely did. So what, you're a savory pancake guy or a sweet pancake guy?
I'm both, depends how I wake up, you know, depends if I want to choose violence and make everyone upset that I'm eating salty pancakes, or if I want to be according to the norm and be quote unquote normal, so then I go for the sweet version. But talking about sweet stuff, we definitely should be looking forward to our next matchup, because will it result in some sweetness for the team, or will it result in some bitterness? Well, of course, there will be some sweetness on one side and there will be bitterness on the other. But the question to be had, who will have it in the bag? Of course, we will be waiting right now for the production to make everything ready before we will be jumping into another draft. But which map is the one that you would love to see now?
Map-wise, maybe Flying Cloud, because it reminds me of a cupcake. Why don't you like cupcakes, though?
I mean, cupcakes are nice, but if you have to tell me pancakes compared to cupcakes and they have to duke it out, I'm all in for pancakes. Right now we can see in the brackets that Neo2 Culture is waiting. Well, Heck will be matching Big Mistake. All right. So shout out to Zakota. I hope he prepared his boys well. I heard that one of the reasons he won't be casting today is actually the reason that he wants to support the team much better and they go deeper into the tournament. So that's one explanation for you. And also we see that we will be definitely, or you could be definitely rooting for Meta Shift against Loyal Sword, MEC Esports against Carpe Diem. All right. So that's a battle that will be definitely interesting. We see that Carpe Diem beat Break Pulse, so actually it came to fruition what Zakota said, and that is that Carpe Diem are truly indeed a formidable team, and then you have to look out for them. So that's something to keep in mind. And of course, you should definitely be rooting for your friends or who you want to root for in the chat. Definitely, I hope you were spamming some hashtags, hashtag MEC Esports, hashtag hack, to show the support, and I would love for you to do that also in another duel that we will be having pretty soon. But before we will be having that, you should definitely check out if you are subscribed, if you like the stream, because especially on YouTube there are giveaways that are tied specifically to number of likes that are on the stream, and specifically to number of people that are watching the stream. So the more you share, the more you like, the more stuff you can get. So there's definitely something to keep in mind, and I'm gonna check if I like the stream myself to help you out, guys.
Oh, well, Dangerous Grass is gonna be the map of a choice. Of course, that's gonna be for this game. And you know what, Warren, I was thinking of if you can have savory pancakes, can you have savory cupcakes?
I don't think so. That sounds like heresy.
No, but like I think if there is savory cupcakes, what would be the frosting though? Like, would it be frosting or would it be like, I don't know?
I think maybe if you're really going this way, you could say like cheese sprinkled on top. You could have a little bit of bacon baked into the cupcake, you know, maybe something like that. I can
That sounds
imagine
nice. That sounds
maybe
nice,
something like
but
that.
also like weird, right? You look at a cupcake, you're expecting it to be sweet. You take a bite, and then you have bacon in it, and then it's quite salty as well. Right? It's a play on what do you call that? Your senses. You're seeing something, you're looking at something sweet, but you're tasting something savory, right? Because I think that's what these teams want to go for. Give them the illusion of delusion. Because new to culture versus spawn to esports, they got a lot of weird names. But then again, I feel like this might be the opportunity to throw in the illusion of delusion. Looking at the Hellcurt as a first ban. It's got to be a respect ban for the other side.
Well, speaking about baking and speaking about mystifying or like confusing your opponents with cupcakes, I definitely have to tell you a story about that one time when I was in school and there was this super nice looking chocolate cupcake actually, but I saw that it's not guarded, you can say, that there was no one around it. And my 6-year-old brain was like, all right, I think I should definitely utilize that fact. So I went and stole away all the chocolate chips that were on top. So no one would notice, but I would still get the stuff. So the thing is, which I'm trying to spin there, can new culture bake the cupcake and confuse their enemies, or will Spont Esports get out the chocolate without them knowing?
I don't know. Somebody got to get the temperature under control because we're talking a lot of bacon, a lot of sweets, a lot of cooking in the kitchen. While these two teams need to cook up a lineup for themselves, I think given the competition, given the nature of the competition, with it being day 11 of week number 6 in the qualifiers to MEC Fall 2025, ladies and gentlemen, this best of one is absolutely crucial to make sure you get a slot. You get to the further stages to be a part of that big tournament. Of course, a massive prize pool. And also at the same time, I think when you get to that stage, you want to be able to show your skills. So show your skills along the way. And there is benefit and there's also, you know, losses in terms of having a best of one. The benefit is that you don't have to show all your skills. You don't have to show all your cards. But then if you lose one game, you're just out. Right? So that's the blessing in disguise, you may call it. And I think that's why you can see the Hellcurt being banned out, looking to target down a hero pool of Spawn, knowing that he will go for something of a pocket pick, especially if it's a best of one. Apart from that, the rest of the bans look a bit standard. The Yi Sun Shin's open, the Grok's left open, the Kalea's left open, the Bakshia's open as well. Baxia not being contested whatsoever, has slowly fallen off the meta for MEC Fall 2025. However, the Yi Sun Shin has been up there. Oh wait, never mind. That is 100% Caster's Curse in effect. I just said Baxia has not been contested for a long time, and the first pick's gonna be Baxia.
Well, new to culture looks like they are showing you new stuff in your casting career because, well, look at that. Baksha will be the guy. I feel like teams can kind of like try to make a workaround where they don't want to go for Baksha because they know everyone will ban him, so they kind of forgot about him. But new to culture, they know he still exists. He's still up there, the turtle god himself. Of course, Spont Esports will go for Jason Shin together with Eve, so a lot of crowd control, no, not really crowd control, but a lot of area control with that mountain choker, with Yve's manipulation. There is so much AoE coming from their side. It's going to be super important for new to culture to not stick together and kind of separate your team maybe into like 2-3 groups with like couple members each, so you are not standing on top of each other, because if you are, well, Spont Esports will make you pay. But talking about paying, well, it's super important to also one more time remind everyone that this is a lower round bracket. This is loser round bracket. So both of those teams, if they lose, They are out. They are packing their luggage and they are leaving. Luckily for them, they didn't have to fly anywhere. They can still be playing from the safety and comfort of their homes. But of course, metaphorically speaking, they have to pack up their luggage and they have to say bye-bye to Last Chance and the regular season at all. So that's super rough. And that means that even though you were speaking about the teams not needing to show their cards, I think we have to rephrase that, because they really need to show everything they got. Because if they don't show it now, well, then too late, because who will care if you in the shower will be very angry, screaming, well, I should have played like that, I should have picked like that. Yeah, well, yeah, sorry, my guy, but you didn't show it when it mattered.
Well, that's what you call last chance qualifiers, right? That's why there's not enough opportunity for you to showcase your skills. So the moment you get a chance, you get one shot, one opportunity. You got to seize everything you ever wanted. Well, on this side, you get the Grok being picked up. The rest you guys can fill it out. You know what I'm talking about. The Yuzhong, the Farsa, I like the lineup so far. I like the Baxia. This is turning out to be a fantastic game in terms of what the meta offers. A lot of AoE, a lot of siege power, a lot of zoning, peeling, set potential. You definitely have a lot of crowd control, fast jungle farm. You have scaling present on both sides already. I'm liking the way this lineup's going so far. Hayabusa has to be taken off. Ruby, again, just making sure this Isun Shin has, has another weak side to play along, not just give him the Ruby to be in the jungle. Or rather in the gold lane, the Granger being banned out here. On the other side, I'm assuming it's probably going to be Uranus again, maybe. Maybe even the Gatot Gacha, just to prevent the Farsa from having a deep dive. Also, there's the Arlot that's present, the Phoveus. So there's a plethora of options for Spawn Esports to choose from in the EXP lane. In the gold lane as well. Knowing that the Irithel available carries another great pick that could be in their pocket. With the tankiness that New to Culture has to offer. It all comes down to what this ban's going to be. Are they going to ban out another fighter? The Lapu Lapu's another great option to ban out just because of the dive and playmaking potential it offers.
Also, I'm not the biggest fan of the ban choice that Spawn Esports went for, because Hayabusa could be literally wasted ban, because New to Culture could still rock the Baxia in the jungle. You don't really know.
Oh yeah, I don't like that. I think Baxia jungle right there. I don't think that's a Baxia roam.
Yeah, exactly. So you kinda just shooting yourself in the leg with that random ban of Hayabusa. Of course, it would be scary for your team comp, but probably, yeah, as we have already both said, New to Culture are going for Baxia jungle, so that's a little bit on an oversight on their side, and I hope for them that it will not bite them in the butt, because if it might happen like that, then they wasted the ban and they will perfectly know where it went wrong. Right now they secured Harry for themselves, one of the best MPLPH heroes, very contested, so that's something that they have going for them. He is pretty much safe, he has a lot of shields, a lot of dashes, so not really making it easy for the opponents to hit on top of him, to get on top of him. Whereas New to Culture also don't really have that many tools, so I feel like Harid will be super safe, especially with how his kit goes. Of course, Spawn Esports have 3 carries, right? So Yuzong have a lot to choose from. Forza has a lot of targets as well. And right now, New to Culture, I feel like they kind of need to glue it together. No pun intended, not looking for glue, of course, because we have Yuzong there. But I feel like they need to kind of piece it together. Right now, Matilda in the wrong position, that makes a lot of sense, because extra mobility could be the reason why you get this victory in the end. And Retail, very mobile, very easily to navigate through those fights. I like what New to Culture actually cooked up, even though you have this runners, but you kind of expected that.
I think the Irithel, just because of the fact that the Granger's already banned out, I knew Irithel's going to come in somewhere just because you need the range, you have the mobility, but the Matilda just adds so much, right? So much power to New to Culture, so much sustain. Something that Spawn Esports don't have, apart from the Uranus, apart from the EXP lane. They don't have a lot of sustain when it comes to these team fights. I think it's going to be crucial to see who takes the early game, especially the first 4 minutes. But we're going to find out as we go to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. New to Culture, Spawn Esports, a best of 1, a last chance to qualify to the MEC Fall 2025.
Also, it's super important that Mank and Anti-Hero have those purifiers, because then you can evade those stunts, or not really evade, but cancel them out. So that will be super important for them. And also, if you pair up, of course, Mank running that Forza with Matilda's mobility, you have to realize that those roams will be happening a lot, and they are already utilizing that. I love what New2Culture is already doing, and just Kuro cannot really do that much. I thought for a second he got petrified for sure, but it was a stun coming from the mid lane roam composition. Spont Esports will have the prio in mid lane for a bit, it looks like, because Matilda is still harassing that little Wanderer, so it doesn't give vision no more. So that means they drop the vision, but right now it looks like Irita was able to get gold prep in the top side for herself, by herself. So New2Culture already with a 200 goal lead, which is kind of interesting, because typically if you see Grok on one side, you would think that he would enable his team to have that prio, to have that early game advantage. Right now we see the first level 4. Jankiel with that level 4 for himself, and suddenly Spont Esports with a lead, with a, of course, a little bit small lead, so shouldn't really mean that much. Is not Adams is looking for something. 4 members of Spont Esports already in the top side. Looks like they will be fishing for one jungle camp, because Baxia is ganking bot side, and I don't think Uranus will be falling to that. Wait, he might actually be. Kuro luckily living through that with a flicker usage for himself, but that means that Yano will have a little bit easier laning time against him. Right now New2Culture are moving, or at least maybe thinking, they are thinking about a regank for Kuro.
A really good way to rotate for Spont Esports, and knowing that the Uranus will not go down quite easily in the early game if you have a little bit of, you know, mechanical skill, and Kuro knows that he knows the extents of this hero, so especially in this dangerous grass map. And now he's also trying to proxy the wave at the same time. Sky Kane coming through in the mid lane, doing the same, trying to get some wave clear, some pressure added on. Just Kuro again baiting a lot out. Consecration comes to his RWM drop down. Along with that, the big feathered airstrike. They get the first blood and they take it back as well. Zaman forced to try and clear something out. A lot happening in the map at the same time, but then just one kill taken away, and the early Uranus as well. So now they get the turtle in their pocket. Spont Esports, they're scaling. You can see this Yi Sun-shin is going to work. A power farming tool.
That's something you need to keep in mind for sure. Spont Esports already with a 1000 lead. Even though we said that the early game didn't go that well for them, suddenly it's flipped on its head, because Spont Esports with a decent lead for themselves. Of course, it's getting a little bit lower, a little bit higher. Depends on the time who collects the wave right now. But if you look at the gold, Yi Sun-shin is not actually that far ahead. It's just 200 gold. So you definitely have to give some credit to Sky Kane, because he has been able to farm very effectively. So he's still keeping up with him. Of course, Uranus is pretty much up there, so that's something you need to keep in mind. Baxia with rotation into the top side, which will probably try to protect his teammate.
Yeah, they're moving really well like a unit together. This Matilda needs to start rotating a bit faster. Just slightly delayed in terms of rotation. Sky Kane paid the price. Another kill in the pocket of Spont Esports, and look at the level of Jankiel, right? One level ahead in turn against Sun. And it all came down to that one jungle creep, that horned lizard that they were trying to take and contest. And through that, it turned into the turtle, then it turned into the lava golem, and now slowly he's starting to take the lethal wanderer. So he's finding advantage. Look at that, level 8 to level 6. This is where Yi Sun-shin wants to sit, 2 levels ahead to get that power spike. And now with just Kuro doing so much around the map with the help of the Uranus, he's going to scale a lot more, a lot faster. Feather Airstrike comes through as well, circling, eager to help pick up the kill. And here comes the Dauntless Fleet, and you can see he already knows he's scaled up to the point where he can dish out a lot of damage. And now they have to give away the Fire Beetle and maybe even the Lava Golem once more. And that is a lot of resources just before the turtle. And knowing Spont Esports lineup, they are built for turtle fights. They're built for team fights, and they're built for sieges with the help of that RWM and the Tectonic Charge, and also that Zaman Force.
It almost feels like New2Culture don't really know who should they focus on, and looking at it, of course, with Eagle's Eye through that option of us casting it with a second Black Dragon for, there's a fight that should be happening.
Oh, wait. Oh, what a Tectonic Charge. Gets a knock-up onto 2. RWM a little too preemptive, a little too early. The Black Dragon goes down without the Petrify, already used up earlier. Matilda can't really do much. Finally, the Eastern Shin able to get the turtle. Traceless comes forward. Zaman Force drop down as well. They're able to get Sun. And now, again, they don't have the power spike. New to culture. Feels like they're new to the culture of MLBB. And the way that this lineup, Spawn Esports, is slowly snowballing their way to victory with the help of a Harriet and a Eastern Shin, it's looking bleak for new to culture to try and make any sort of a comeback.
Oh, absolutely. Looking at the composition, it has to be reminded multiple times that new to culture definitely are lacking in the damage department. If you go Matilda, she gives a lot of utility, but if you compare it to what Spawn Esports have in their bag, it's just not enough damage for you, my man, as they will be probably diving Yano.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm not sure if Yano's going to survive that. It's a lot thrown out. They even get the tectonic charge down. So it's something that he had to give out. There are times where you need to give away the tower to protect your life, because you're giving away the tower, another minion wave, and your life. That's a lot of gold. And when you're not alive, you're losing out on a lot of gold, on opportunities to make plays. Even though it's 10 seconds, it does start to rack up. Now we're 6 minutes, 40 seconds into the game, and Spawn Esports have done themselves really well to get that tier 1 on the bot side. However, just Kuro has been in the face of the opposition. And you can see with the help of the Feathered Airstrike, he goes down. 0-3-3 on a Uranus, but still it comes down to what itemization he's able to build. If he's able to go for a chop suey build, he will be able to sustain a lot more.
Vorax and Huntersec already completed for Jankiel, but he could be getting caught off.
No, Traceless, the Dauntless Shield makes it out alive. And speaking of the items that I wanted to see on the Uranus, actually goes for the Dominance Ice early. That's 2 Dominance Ices. I would have preferred that the Uranus kind of went for, a slight bit of a Silence Robe, maybe a Dreadnought Armor, get an extra bit of sustain. Then you'll be able to do a lot in and around the map. But here, Sun has to use the Guiding Wind to make it out of harm's way. And here comes Jankiel, but look at Meng, catches him at the right time. Traceless again to make it out alive. Spawn Esports feels like they're just one step ahead when it comes to this. Just Kuro trying to zone them away as well. Circling Eagle already committed. Black Dragon form is out. And now they're looking to go on to Jankiel. He has a Dauntless League coming in, and he has a lot of damage. Petrify combo, but he gets melted down. Retribution as well to secure the turtle. RWM dropped down. Sun taking super low. He wants to go forward. But Spawn Esports call it a day, knowing that there are better targets to take down, and that's going to be this tier 1 in the mid lane, looking to fall down. They're looking to make a sandwich out of Sky Cane. They have to go away. The tower now leaving the jungle of new to culture much more exposed, and even taking it with the tier 2 on the top side. Yeah, this is looking bleak. It's looking hard. 6K goal lead in the pocket of Spawn Esports. The blue side are going to have a difficult time to try and make a comeback.
I think difficult time is pretty much an understatement, because right now, looking at how the game is unfolding, it doesn't really look like new to culture are really locked in. It doesn't really look like they have many options, they have many answers to what Spawn Esports are already doing on the map. They will be taking one more tower. If you compare that, new to culture didn't get any turtle, any towers. I don't think they even stole a jungle camp. It was just those 2 gold crabs, and that was it. So right now, Kuro finishing, of course, that extra item for him to heal even more through consecration. That's making it even more tough. And if you also pinpoint the fact that it's been only Kuro that's been dying, but Kuro is still ahead of his opponent. He didn't miss farm. When he died, it was always when he cut the wave. So he was already after collecting the wave, so he had nothing to lose. And also that last fight, Maku wasn't even there. He wasn't there, he was on the top side. So that speaks really much about the state of the game, and as we see Jankiel doing so much damage, Airborne Yano could be in trouble. Right now, new to culture, they have only option, and that's to turtle up. Not really in a sense that they should go for the turtle, because no turtles will be spawning anymore, but they should just try to defend their base, wait for lore fight, and wait for some wait for if Spawn Esports are maybe not safe enough, maybe not confident, but I mean that they might do a mistake. Because right now it's just all about those mistakes, because if Spawn Esports don't make any, it's done.
Well, you're right. They're looking for a mistake, and with the way that Kuro is playing his Uranus now, knowing that he's got a couple of items as well, I don't think it's something that they'll be looking at not a lot of mistakes. If they pop the Holy Shield, oh no, never mind. They don't want a mistake. They're going for a play. They get 2. Look at the 3rd as well. 4 down. Oh my goodness, I'm not sure if they knew what they were doing. A new to culture. They were trying to play hooky, but then got taken down themselves, and now no Holy Shields to protect the top and the bot lane, with the Lord crashing in at the same time from the top side. They're already looking to take down the inhibitor. We're looking at an under 12-minute game to try and end it all. Spawn Esports, they find the aggressive snowball, and now they end the game in one fell sweep, less than 11 minutes in. What a game, what utter domination.
I would say absolute cinema, but the fact is, well, this was absolute slaughter. I need a new emote for that. I will try to cook up something, but this was just absolute slaughter. It really looked like one of the teams wanted to proceed with the tournament, and the other ones were like, alright, my mom is calling me to food, I really have to go, I cannot play more. So I'm gonna head out. And not really trying to say that one of the teams didn't try their best, because I don't think anyone would do something like that, but I'm just surprised by the way Spont Esports were overcoming their opponents, and by the way how dominant they were. Because if we were looking for an opponent against Misa Esports, I think Spont are definitely looking up to the task.
I think more than, you know, trying to go catch a train or get some dinner, I just feel like they were just scared. They were just afraid to try and make anything happen. With aggressive heroes like the Baxi and the Matilda, they should be able to play quite aggressive. Same thing with the Irithel at the same time. I mean, Irithel, yes, give or take, you do need itemization, but with the Baxi and the Matilda, you should learn how to play a little more aggressive. I think it all just came down to the way the Grok was zoning. Look at the Grok, right? Every single time we're looking at the game, look at the Grok. He's creating so much space, able to handle 4 members of the opposite side just by himself. And by the time they respond, it's a little too late. Look at the Grok, once again, finding the right targets, able to knock them up and giving them the peel that they need for especially a Yi Sun Shin. Don't forget, he's still as squishy as a marksman. Yes, you name him as a marksman assassin, but he is still quite squishy. He needs the peel. Here, once more, Kuro goes in, and look at Grok. He finds the angle, flickers forward, and goes for the charge just to make sure he catches them off guard. And then 3-man knockup, and Yi Sun Shin just comes in, cleans up shop. That's the story of the entire game. The moment the Grok's not present, new to culture are so afraid to even do anything because of the trauma that they experienced while he was there. And with that, you can see 10-3 kill score. And not looking good for new to culture. Well, hey, you said it was a lower bracket, Warren, and I think they're down and out. Spawn Esports, however, they know how to make a lineup work.
They made it work, at least now, because, well, there's definitely a way how they got into the loser bracket. So someone had to beat them over for them to fall down here. But right now they are looking very nice, at least from the perspective that this is the first time that we saw them on the stream. But looking at them right now, it feels like they were reborn. They are very decently playing, and it's definitely a lineup that we should be looking out for, because this doesn't feel like a team that already has given up, that's already in a very bad state. This looks like a team that's still able to fight more and keep fighting for more, as they will be proceeding into the rest of the tournament. Well, what can be said about the thing that wasn't already said? I don't think there's much to add to that. I would maybe even add one more thing, and that's the disconnect between the draft and the gameplay, right? It's something that we saw from some teams during Thunder Divisions in some of the games. It's something that we saw from some of the teams in some of the games during promotions relegations, and especially Metal Black, right? I wouldn't dare to like kick into the dead man once more, but especially now when the team is already done and dusted and they were reborn, I would just like to refer to the fact that before they were reborn, this is exactly how it went with them. They had a decent draft, it could have been working, but they weren't able to deliver. It looked like there was a big disconnect between the draft phase and the gameplay that happened on the Land of Dawn. That's what I feel like happened to New to Culture, because individually I feel like there were decent moments. Yano, for example, going for the backline, he knew what he's supposed to do, but because they were so far behind, it wasn't really working.
Well, unfortunately, there's a winner, there's a loser. This didn't work out, and I think this time it just happened to be they got the short end of the stick. New to culture, probably need to get deeper into the culture of MLBB to realize how they can make it out alive. But then again, looking forward to the next BO3, Warren.
Oh, absolutely. But one thing has to be said, and that is that we should be jumping into a little bit of a break before we will be having those bloody BO3s, since there will be a switch up happening. And of course, Kronos, you should get some water, bro. Those plays.
I got it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you're watching the last chance qualifiers of MEC Fall 2025. My name is Kronos. Alongside me, the one and only Scared Yet, the voice of reason, the voice of so many players that love to make plays, and of course, the voice of India globally as well. But then again, Scared, nice to see you here on the desk. I don't get to introduce you most of the times, but hey, when I do, I try to make it nice, man.
I absolutely loved it, man. I love the fact that you just said the voice of India globally, man. Thank you so much. It's literally an honor to be here always and every single time. But coming back to the main point which you mentioned, the last chance qualifiers, they have not been pretty for most of the teams, right? They've been brutal throughout, haven't they?
Yeah, they have been. They have been. Hey, what's behind you over there? Turn around. There's something there. Seriously, there's something behind you. I'm not kidding. You gotta turn around.
Wait,
bro,
that's
genuinely,
Hanabi,
there's something
bro.
behind you.
Yeah, that is
No.
Hanabi.
There's actually something, but you can't see it in the camera. Turn around. Just turn around, Scared
Get
Yet.
out,
Jesus.
my man. Yeah, I knew what you were going to do, dude. You think I haven't been watching the stream, my dank meme guy? You think I haven't been watching you since opening like that, sitting like that? You are farming aura out here, my boy. You are
I
literally
don't farm
farming
aura, bro. I am aura. But then again, talking about the games that are to come, of course, folks, we're talking about 2 best of 3s and 2 cracking best of 3s indeed. And I think it's going to be crucial to see who comes out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, with all of the matches that have been happening back and forth out here, right? I think so. It's going to be super fun to see which one of them will eventually make it out on top out of here, because only 2 teams will qualify towards the regular season. And only 2 out of all the teams that have registered and out of all the teams that have been playing here back and forth, right? And the fun fact is, one of the most known teams that almost everyone thought would be in the regular season are still out here struggling to make it through the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, they're struggling to make it through, but then again, you know, they just might be able to make it. Just might. You know, those are the 2 important words I like to say. Even though they make no sense, I think it's going to be crucial for them to make it out alive. And I think the 2 BO3s we're looking at is what? Carpe Diem versus MEC Esports being one. What's the other?
Yeah, that's one of the main one. You know what? I think so. Before we move on to the next one out here, I actually want to talk about a bit more towards Misa and Carpe Diem, because I know, huh? All right.
No, you're saying. I'm just talking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, we just saw how in the previous one we saw one of those teams out here, right? I think so. If we're really talking about how things eventually went through with the kind of draft that we saw, I think so. All of these teams out here, even in the last chance qualifiers, they do have a pretty good idea of what the main meta is looking like, right? We haven't really seen a lot of games where teams are relying solely on their pocket picks, or they're going for a lot of off-meta picks or anything like that. They've been focusing on that meta, and they have been making sure that all the prio picks are the ones who they try to grab or at least ban out. I've been liking how even in most of those best of ones as well, most of the teams are doing their homework, and they're making sure that they get the best out of that one chance which they have.
The best part is they came in through best of ones, right? So whatever pocket picks they had should have been at least spotted out by now. But then knowing that it wasn't streamed, all the games weren't streamed, so we didn't count all of the games. Maybe the element of surprise still exists. And again, it's a best of 3, and in a best of 3, if you win the first game, then you just gotta win one more. And it's not that easy. You already have the advantage. Pick something that snowballs quite heavy from the start, and then you're gonna have a much easier time. So I just feel like it just is just one game that they have to win, honestly, to try and make it out from coming in from a deficit of 1 game.
Yeah,
the first one on the board, in my opinion, should take the series, regardless of how good the other team is.
I mean, that is one of the big things out here. And even in the previous one, right, we saw Misa Esports showcasing their different class throughout that draft itself, banning out some of those big picks out here, like the Harrods and the Arlets as well, prioritizing those Grogs. So I think so the team that actually starts on the blue side might actually stand a good chance in winning this one. But we've seen it throughout the Thunder division and throughout even in the previous stage out here, Kronos. We have known this fact that European teams like things when they're on the red side.
Yeah, I think I want to see the map, the broken walls. Of course, it's going to make a big difference in terms of how they're going to rotate. And then I still have a big doubt, right? I've seen this all around the globe. The Hilda is so good in dangerous grass. We know it. But then again, it's something that can be brought up in broken walls as well. Just because of the escape routes that you have. A lot of sustain-heavy heroes are so good in broken walls.
Yeah.
I feel like this map, although... In my humble opinion, I feel like expanding rivers is the best, and then you have dangerous grass, then maybe broken walls, and then flying cloud. At least in terms of impact in the game. Personally, flying clouds my favorite. You just go to fly around. But looking at how broken walls works, it definitely affects the way that you can draft and think about how you can work things out. Because you can't play the Fanny, you can't play the Ling. All the Ling's never going to be played in this current meta. If you play Ling, you really need to stop playing the game. Just close the game, go play Magic Chess Go or something. Just don't play Ling in tournaments, right? So am I right? Am I right? Are you gonna play Ling right now in rank even? Like,
I mean,
like
if you're picking a Ling,
if Zedel, King Kong, and Albert don't play Ling in this current meta, I don't think anyone should be playing Ling. So yeah.
I mean, at this point, just drop the Ling, just as you rightly said. There is absolutely no point in picking the Ling whatsoever because of the current scenarios of the meta where it is. He just cannot farm as quickly as any of the other priority picks out here, and you don't really have an activated Link until and unless it is very late game, right? If you're picking a Link, you're better off picking a Hanabi in the gold lane out there. But coming back into this banning phase, it's going to be Meta Chef taking on Loyal Sword out. Ruby and Yi Sunshin being banned out as the first two picks out here. We don't really see the Ruby bans, Chronos, until and unless it is the second banning phase, but Gushin.
That's pro ban. That's a pro ban right there.
Really?
That guy knows what we're cooking. He definitely is wearing one of these glasses behind the screen with his fast fingers on the other side, knowing that, hey, man, I got an Angela on my back. I'm the Gushin. I'm going to throw in my daggers. I'm going to show you how fast my fingers are. And the other side just bans it out. So I bet he is crying right now, especially if he's from Loyal Sword. But jokes aside, I don't really get to see a Ruby and Easonshin ban at the same time. I understand if you ban the Ruby in the second phase because you don't want it to go into the lineup of the Easonshin, like basically a funnel. But here, I think it's just a Ruby and Gushin respect ban. Loyal Sword is a team that I've seen come up in the French League quite a lot. Fake Crazy is a name that I'm familiar with. Legend Red. Oh, wait a minute. Why? How is he You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna say why and how. I know Legend Red. He is a legend indeed in the region of France, and one of the premier organizers and coaches and players for the French teams. But here, with the help of Loyal Sword, Fake Crazy is another name that I'm familiar with. So this seems like a familiar team to me and what they can offer. But on the other side, we have a very familiar name, Scared. Very familiar name. And I'm telling you right now, I don't hate the team of Loyal Sword, but looking at that one name right there, it's like Kelra playing in a ranked game. So it don't matter. It just don't matter. The blue side already win. Blue side already win according to me.
All right, at this point, I just really want to see how Pelmetronio is going to perform out here, man, because this man was literally in the highest of the highs with jackpots, and then things changing over there. That too when jackpots stopped. You could clearly understand that the ceiling is not really anywhere close to where we thought that jackpots has their ceilings. Kingstar always wants to rise on top. The sky is the limit for that man, and he always is working on with his team, how he can even perfect the roster. But here's the thing, I've got no clue if Pelmetronio ain't on your roster, then who are you getting in for your gold laner? I mean, the god himself? I've got no clue about that.
I don't know. I got to find out if this is the real Pelmetronio we're talking about. Just some guy copy the name, put a heart on it, just for us to be like, just for us to have high expectations. But then again, looking at Boxia being picked up here early on in the roam position with a... Scared, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't the draft already in the favor of Metashift? Kind of, right? Kind of. In a way.
It's not even kind of. It's a straight up favoritism out here for that draft.
I see the idea of Loyal Sword, RWM penalty zone in that big chessboard, but then...
Nah. happening right
It's
now.
it just might be too late by the time it happens. I'm gonna call it 8 minutes in. They're gonna have a great play, but then they're gonna be so behind in goal that Meta Shifter is just gonna win that fight.
I'm pretty sure about that's how it's going to go as well, because Tervisla will not win either the
Ooh.
lane or will not even try to out rotate the CC out here. CC will have a perfect 9. We've already got a Basha in the roam position. I do get the idea behind the suppression, but here's the thing. If you're going in for a suppression roam, then your mage needs to be an artillery mage who can burst down the enemy. If not, then you need to have a Beatrix that can burst down the enemy. I think so. If Metashift, they ban out the Granger Beatrix, I think so that's going to be it.
Yeah, I think
Why is the Irithil ban by Loyal Sword?
they're gonna go for a Granger. Probably that's why the 1-1's already taken off. Nathan's taken off. I can only think of a Granger that's probably gonna be picked up by Loyal Sword. What else? That's in the goal lane. Not a carry for sure. I mean, they could go for a carry. A lot of protection already there present. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a carry. A Bruno is a great shout, but I don't know if you want to go for a Bruno against a Baxia and a Hayabusa. I'm expecting either a carry or a Granger. If not, if they go for a carry, clearly Granger on the other side. If they go for a Granger, then maybe what's the other one that I said?
Yeah, as of now, I think the Granger is the only good shout out here.
I forgot.
I don't even think a Harith is good out in this situation.
No, Harith is good wherever you want it. Genuinely, Harith is really good wherever you want to put it.
I don't think so.
You get lane priority. You're able to get a lot of damage. But then I'm not, especially for meta shift, Harith does look super strong if they go for it. Same thing, I think Loyal Sword as well. They could go for Harith at the same time. A lot of magic damage, though. They need to definitely top it up with an Assassin and Hayabusa, Lancelot not being present, Isunshin not being present. They might just go, whoa, bro. Grab yourself some popcorn, grab some tea, get ready for some hey-ha action.
I was just about to say as well, if Metashift locks in the Farsa here, then it's probably done and dusted already. You've got a pretty beefy front line in terms of Basha, as well as the CC. You've got the Hayabusa as well to hop in the enemy backline. They're not even running with a marksman at this point, and I absolutely love it. You do not need to rely on a solo carrying marksman or anything like that if you've got 2 late game carries in your team to top it all off with 3 early game pokers. Yuzhong, he's going to win in that EXP lane. CC is going to try and poke the heck out of whoever is going to play in that gold lane, regardless of it could be Harith, it could be Granger. They are getting poked down with the Yo-Yo Blitz. Farsa is going to have that mid lane priority right from that, you could say, a little bit later stages of that early game. And Basha is going to give you every single thing that you need to try and top everything off.
I don't know, man.
It should be a Beatrix.
I always like to root for, you know, Alucards whenever I see them, just because it's fun. It's got to be Carry or Beatrix. Oh, wait, never mind. Xborg. I think that's a last-minute change, right? I think that's a last-second change. Definitely not something that they planned out for. I really feel like they wanted to go for a Carry or a Beatrix, like you mentioned. Maybe a Granger. It was one of the 3, right? It definitely was one of the 3 options, but then they saw Yuzhong come out on the other side, and they're like, nope. We're definitely not going to have a good time if we go for a marksman. So that's a lot of, that's what, 3 fighters on Loyal Sword, 2
5 fighters out of 10. Oof. 5 fighters out of 10. That is nasty, Kronos.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out as we get into the Land of Dawn. It's a best of 3. Meta Shift, Loyal Sword. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? Of course, we're talking about a last chance qualifier for the MEC Fall 2025. And you can, as Scared, you mentioned, lane prio by Meta Shift in the mid lane by this Farsa.
Yeah, it's not going to let anyone win throughout here, right? Yes, Legend Red is a man who can poke out the other people, but God Believer won't even give him a chance, though.
Oh my god, Lethal Wanderer already being contested so early on. You can see the Alucard goes in, Fission Wave not yet there. He's trying to revitalize. Just come on, no. That could have given some sort of hope, right? Alucard wants to snowball hard, and I think the slight bit of an advantage could have made something happen for them.
The perfect stun coming in from Farsa, stunning 3 people. And just one combination of your skill 1 and a basic attack. My goodness. Phenomenal play coming in right now from God Believer. And at this point, yeah, if Alu's not really getting that early snowball, then it's going to be problem. But problems are for the Dragon up top.
Oh no. Oh, nice Petrify.
What?
He get a first blood. Yes, he does. Catches the Alucard off guard. Level 4. Flies out of the map. Okay, wait. You can't fly out that way, my guy. You got to fly out to the left or right. You just land right in the middle of the same fight. But he's still able to get another with elbow shot rescue. Never mind. The Terizla still survives. And now I think they're looking to go for a re-engage. Already solo. Wubba lubba dub dub. Able to get the kill. No. This is a messy game, Scared. This is messy.
It is. I'm pretty sure it's gonna fall down to a super brawly thingy where whoever brawls better is eventually gonna win. As we have a look at the replay as well. Look at that. Extra RYL. He goes in for that Petrify combo, and as soon as he gets a pick on Kepo, he makes sure he uses the Black Dragon form to run out. And by that time, he's already got the support of Wooba, and yeah, that's absolutely perfect.
Scared. Have you not watched Pickle Rick? What's that series called? I even forgot the name of it. Wait, never mind. Ogi shot a kill on top side. Will he be able to get the kill? Makes it out, and you can see the sustain, right, coming in from this Terizla, especially when the minions are there, just rocking his hammer, making sure he doesn't go down quite easily, and that extra bit of sustain gives Loyal Sword a little bit more time. A lot more time.
Here's the thing.
What?
God believers, freaking level 5 out here. Legend Red is 3. Now he turned 4 with a couple of minions that he took. This is a next level difference.
Oh my god, in the mid lane, you can see again the Black Dragon comes in, Petrify, look at a knock-up overdose. He gets overdosed with a lot of damage indeed. RWM dropped down right at the edge, revitalized to make sure they survive. This is criminal. This is 2 times in a row. But finally, Legendary able to get the kill, and now with the penalty zone, they come in. They're able to catch Wubba Lubba Dub Dub as he gets taken down himself. I don't know why 8-12, but okay, we'll just call him Hayabusa for now. 8-12? What's the significance? Somebody's got to tell me the significance of these numbers.
Listen, man, I've been trying to go through the mystery rooms for the past 2 days. I've tried 3 of them. We won 2 in out of them. So that's next number of puzzles that I've been trying to solve. Please don't ask me any more questions. My brain cannot handle it. Just like how Overdose cannot handle the burst of the Feathered Airstrike along with 812.
Yeah, I think so far it's MetaShift's game to lose. I think it's just definitely MetaShift's game to lose with this entire lineup that they've cooked for themselves. Pelametronio, the gold lane, knowing that he doesn't really have to showcase his skills. Go for the CC in the gold lane, dish out a lot of damage. You have the poking ability. Now they get the shield unity onto him. Fake Crazy flickers out, but just falls right into the lap of Pelametronio. Easy kill. Looking for the turtle. This is the advantage that Broken Walls gives you. You can use the turtle after ganking on the EXP side. You don't even have to move around it, so you can get away straight at it. Now, with the Black Dragon zoning out Legend Red, yeah, it's not looking good for their side. But he goes for the chase nonetheless, looking for the kill. RWM, but immediately melted. Now with the Divine Judgment as well, looking to get another. Along with the last Insanity, they find 2 for the price of 1. Loyal Sword. I mean, if this Alucard is left alive and hits his power spike, it could be dangerous for MetaShift.
But I don't think so that's happening. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to say. You know, both the EXP as well as the Roma were just trying to buy time for God Believer as well as Pelmetronio to get as much farm as possible down in mid as well as in the bottom lane. And they were able to do that. Divine Judgment was also used up as well.
Oh, no. Feathered Airstrike, already used preemptively. Oh my god, the Terizla's doing so much damage. I really want to take a look at the items. Does he have the War Axe already? The sustain is working out. The damage is definitely there. Should be, in my opinion. Yeah, no, not yet. He's building to it.
He's still cooking it up right now, and I'm not quite sure if those are the items of War Axe. He's still lacking one more item. And that's, oh my goodness, if you really look at it, that's 3 War Axes for Loyal Sword. Xborg, Alu, Terizla, all of them going in for it. That's crazy.
Feathered Airstrike just onto the Terizla. I'm not sure if that's the right idea, but they do get the poke on him, and I think if they go for a siege here in the mid lane, they might be able to get something off guard. Oh, close. That was close. They get the wave clear. Top side's going to be the target. Hayabusa's left by his lonesome. Should be able to hack down the turret quite easily. Terizla knows. He senses some danger. Doesn't want to go in 10 seconds to the turtle Scared. This is going to be a juicy one.
It's going to be a fun one, though. Yes, I absolutely agree. Here's the thing. 2.6k goal lead out here. There's a big support out for them.
Oh my god, last insanity, feathered airstrike, they flicker here and there, left, right, and center, petrify with the furious dive, and the RWM drop down as well. This Yuzhong has been such a big difference maker in every single team fight, and now looking for the assassination angle with the quad shadow, and the kunais hitting, able to get that kill. Again, this Yuzhong is so aggressive, fake crazy. This X-Borg does have the sustain, finally falls into the lap of the Alucard. Vision wave to pick up the kill, but look at the feather airstrike comes through, gets the kill on the fake crazy. Pelametronio with the yo-yo blitz, he's quite mobile as well. They don't get the tier 1, they do get the turtle.
Look at the amount of damage dealt out here, man. This is the strength of a Farsa. If you can't really reach her, 33,000 damage till now. All of these feathered airstrikes, they've been hurting Loyal Sword. He's already with a glowing wand as well, so Kepo will not get all of the lifesteal back as much as he would want to. And then rightly following up that bird is also a black dragon controlling through the air. So I could really say that air support, the air force right now for Metashift, that's been nasty good.
Yeah, it has been quite a good lot of air support from this far.
Oh my god!
Did he snipe it?
Yeah, he stole it!
No way, not just that. Now they're looking to collapse. He might be quite tilted, Kepa, but still the damage is online. You can see they go to the back line as well. My god, that's a double kill. And this Yuzhong again comes in, gets the kill, and just walks out of there like a Giga Chat, and Loyal Sword are not able to do anything.
They just do not have any kind of win priority with this composition. No one can go towards the Farsa. And that's why I said it even in the draft that I was thinking Metashift, if they lock a Farsa, Loyal Sword will not have any kind of control in either those fights or on the map. Nothing's gonna happen because no one can actually reach to that. Yes, Legend Red is there. He's got the real world manipulation, but he's got his own problems to deal with. 812 and XTRYL, they're both going to be on top of him, so he's got nowhere to run.
Oh, speaking of nowhere to run, they get locked down to the penalty zone. RWM as well, catch them at the edge, but you can see the damage is just not present. This is what we call scare. A nice penalty zone into the RWM in the 8th minute, but they're not going to have any damage to follow up. And now Metashift, knowing that, just completely abused the, capabilities and the mechanics of these heroes. And now they've reached the point of no return. 8k goal lead in their favor. Loyal Sword, I don't know, I just feel like they've let this game slip every single team fight. And Overdose on this Kaja has not been present. I've seen only one good Divine Judgment. That's under the tier 2, while their tier 1 was even alive. And Metashift have just have so much extra range with that feathered airstrike as well.
This is one of the big points which I wanted to make, right? Yes, that one Divine Judgment, that too only on Wubba-lubba-dub-dub. And one of the big things is, yeah, he's his Aroma. He wants you to Divine Judgment him just so the Farsa can stay safe. Even though there was a penalty zone, right, there was absolutely no presence of Kepo in that team fight. So yeah, the two people who could have died still survive with a pretty good HP. And now as the Lord marches down towards the bottom lane, there's no dominance. Ice is being made right now, no anti-heal. Everyone's going to have their fun time, including XTRYL as well as Pelmetronio, considering he went for the Oracle as the second pick or the third pick. Look at that in mid.
Talk about a sandwich of left, right. They're coming from the center as well. RWM revitalized to make sure Wubba-lubba-dub-dub survives. Yeah. Holy Shield already popped in the mid lane. The next set of super minion waves coming in. And another with the slow push that they're having from the Lord on the bot side. 10 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Scared yet. Loyal Sword are counting on their fingers the amount of seconds and minutes that they have to live to call this a game. The Black Dragon already unleashed to try and zone them away. The tier inhibitor taken down. And you can see goes into Yuzhong in the back line with a Petrify once more. Look at the takedown Legendary. But thankfully, with the help of his fountain, able to survive. Quad Shadow, Ogi's Shadow Kill expended, but somehow with the overextension from Metashift, they're able to make something happen for themselves, but the damage is too much for them to deal with. Finally, a big shutdown, but the damage dealers from Metashift still present. The Farsa is still alive, and as long as the Farsa is alive, Loyal Sword cannot do anything.
Divine Judgment!
Oh, into the RWM as well. Last insanity, I spoke too soon. Pelametronio, Vengeance to try and pick up a kill. But to no avail, finally, they wipe him out. Loyal Sword able to get a defense But for how long is the question?
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely phenomenal defense right now from Loyal Sword. And it's all thanks to the overextension of meta shift in those fights down towards the bottom lane when the inhibitor was already taken down. Yes, 3 people with the highest goal, but then everyone slowly and steadily catching up. And this is one of the big things, right? If you're constantly going in for those fights in the enemy backline, yes, you're getting a couple of 100 gold from that after getting one person. But after that, you don't really have anything else to work with right here in mid. Another brawl.
They get the turret low. Oh, wait. He was going in for... He was trying to use the penalty zone to make it out. He had the flicker as well. But then Ogi shadow kill just to find the execution point. They haven't lost a single tower scared on the side of meta shift. 4,000 ahead in gold. They have all the turtles on their side. Every single lord, or rather just the one single lord that's been up for grabs. They lose their inhibitor on the bot side. They do have a lot of fighters. They have a lot of sustain, right? That's one thing they have on their side. So in an extended brawl, in an extended team fight, they definitely can make it out as the victors. That's what we saw with the defense on the inhibitor on the bot side. Broken walls as well. They'll be able to find openings. They just need to find the right play. Or if meta shift, just bite the bullet, make the aggressive play, make a mistake. That'll be what they're looking for, because this Alucard thrives on those, right? The more people present in the team fight, the more sustain he gets. Overdose, looking to find an angle, looking to catch somebody off guard. He has a flicker in about 2 seconds. I mean, if that was 5 seconds earlier for the flicker, we would have seen a couple of kills there, right there.
Absolutely. They would have went in for that brawl out here. Before this, Lord, I'm going to have a last look at the items as well, because this could very well be the last fight. But the good things is the waves are now being very well managed by Metashift out here. Full build, almost with a Hayabusa, probably going in for the Endless Battle as well. You've already got the Malefic Roar early on by Pelmetronio. That means he'll not be as tanky as you'd expect him to be, but will deal a ton of damage. Blood Wings to help in a little bit of more sustain along with the Genius one right now completed. This looks like a good fight for Metashift.
Oh my god, what was Alucard thinking? He just dove face first into the Farsa, got instantly taken down. The Black Dragon is zoning out the rest. The Lord's already at the base crystal. Penalty zone to try and catch him off guard. But nah, this seems like it's over. RWM in the back line to do something, but too mobile, too much damage, too late for Loyal Sword to find some sort of a defense.
Yeah, that was a... I don't just want to say ambitious, but I'd say it was an over-ambitious play by Kepa out here on that Farsa, right? He should not have dived in there. If he was alive, I think so this could have been a defense of the Lord as well, considering that there were already a double kill in the hands of the EU, and if the Alu was alive, none of the people would have decided to go close to that crystal as well. Yes, the Lord would have been a bit of a problem, but you've got the retribution to instantly execute the Lord as well, if it's low enough, right? So I think so that could have changed the entire outcome of this game. That one small decision to try and dive onto the Farsa, getting baited by the feathered airstrike, was one thing that got them off guard. But overall, Metashift, Pelmetronio and the boys, I think so it clearly shows you that this team, I'll not say is very ready for the full competition of the regular season, but they're getting there.
What, Loyal Sword?
I was talking about Metashift.
I mean, Metashift, they do have the tools, right? They call themselves Metashift, and they haven't shifted the meta whatsoever. Still sticking to it. But
it's going to change soon now in November.
Yeah, it will. It will. You know, a lot of changes coming through. But just after a couple of regional finals finish up, a lot of MPLs are coming to a close this week, next week, and the week to follow as well. So, bro, I don't know what the Yuzhong was doing over there. What was he doing? Somebody's got to clip that, make a meme out of it. He's just flying out into nowhere, still able to survive. That was definitely a meme worthy. If there was a meme contest going on, that would be the clip that I'd be going for, just to make sure I can try and win. Guys, make sure you like and subscribe as well. You get access to a lot of meme competition, a lot of diamond giveaways in the Discord, so make sure you join there at the same time. And hey, you can use that Yuzhong clip to try and get some diamonds in your pocket as well. However, here in this first game, this best of 3, Metashift will look like a completely different animal. Loyal Sword just need to, I mean, go back to the drawing board, because whatever they were cooking, it made no sense whatsoever.
It seems like they they went to order a proper meal at a fast food outlet.
I mean,
And at this point, I don't know, man. It probably seems like they wanted to go for some individually good heroes, but none of them are really working together that well.
I mean, this lineup could have worked if the Kaja wasn't there. Maybe go for like a Tigreal. I don't know, just throw in an Atlas maybe if it was a ranked game. But if this was a Tigreal, maybe Matilda definitely would have worked out in their favor. I can see that happening. Yes, with the Matilda, you have a slight bit of a weaker mid lane, but you have the option of playing a little more aggressive later on, especially for the Alucard. Right, that would have been a slight bit of a different pick. But then this Kaja, I think it was very clear with the draft that they just want, usually with the Kaja, Kalea, you want to go what, carry, and Beatrix, that was the old norm. And then once the Granger got revamped, the Granger started to fit in there as well. So I think that was the idea. And then they saw all of a sudden Yu Zhang on the other side. They're like, oops, seems like we need to adjust on the fly. And they went for the X-Borg. And then all of a sudden this Kaja just made no sense. Unless Hayabusa was diving in a little too deep, but yeah, it was too little too late by then. Yeah, I was scared. I was asking you, wubba lubba dub dub. Do you not know that?
I mean, I live in South Asia, my friend.
Man, everybody watches that. We're talking about Rick and Morty. You don't watch Rick and Morty?
I haven't really watched that. I know I'm going to be heavily judged by you for this one, but yeah, I haven't really watched Rick and Morty. I know most of the stuff from the memes. But hey, come on, man. Give me a break. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it's fine. I was either ways more of a Thomas and Friends kind of guy.
I mean, yeah,
Thomas and Friends, Beyblade, and then went in for the Dragon Ball, Oswald. Absolutely, man.
Oswald's the best, man.
Naughty. I agree. I like
good too.
I've always loved them. I've always loved Powerpuff Girls for the win, bro. Come on.
Mojo Jojo.
True. Ed, Ed and Eddie.
Yeah, that was nice as well.
Dexter's Laboratory.
Was really nice. That was really nice.
Some cool ones out here. But all right, coming back to the game that we've got in front of us and not the ones where we've been talking. I know, dude. The nostalgia hits different, dude. I don't want to see people see me crying out there on the stream. But coming back onto this topic of the discussion between both of these teams. It's only the first game, right? You still have two more possibilities to try and make this comeback, right? One chance for now, but I think so, yeah. Metashift, they seem to be in heavy control of how things eventually went to the previous one. Broken Walls, not really the playground of the other side, but I love this. I am absolutely a big fan of the Expanding Rivers. I know, Kronos, you like Flying Cloud, but Expanding Rivers is my favorite, just so the gold laners could also go in for those rotations towards the turtle. There's nothing else that I love more.
Well, I mean, Expanding Rivers means you got no excuse to not be there in these team fights, right? And Expanding Rivers is one of the, I think, the best map to see a lot of brawls, see a lot of team fights in the game, knowing that it was absolutely insane in terms of how the rotation speed, the kind of heroes they pick up as well. You could go for slower farming heroes. This is where our Fredrin really shines, right? In Expanding Rivers, this is where our Fredrin really shines because he's genuinely slow, right? He doesn't need a Matilda in this map. I mean, come on, the guy's built like a tank. He's carrying a big longsword, right? So he definitely needs. Yeah, he's definitely carrying a big longsword. So he's gonna take time to get to these team fights. I mean, even though he's been hit in the gym. So I just think he needs to. Yeah, this Expanding River map helps out in terms of rotation. So I like the Expanding Rivers for that reason. I mean, gives a lot of opportunity to pick up slower heroes, slower moving heroes. And as you mentioned, you have no excuse from rotating from the gold lane in these turtle fights, especially the first and second turtle of the game.
One of the big things is that I'm pretty sure if anyone else does it or not, I am definitely clipping the Fredrin explanation from you, my man. That was fantastic, and I'm pretty sure you don't even know you realize what you said there, but I am going to make sure that after we head out to the break, I tell you every single thing about it. But, lol sword now, yeah, I absolutely agree that this game seems to be more a Fredrin-friendly game, and that also gives you room to work with the Angela as well, right, to get that extra bit of movement speed. And if you really are running a nasty ranked Fredrin with the Ice Retribution, please just get the heck out of here. I hate that. Even the
Again,
1-1 I sometimes get caught out there. But yes, I agree. The Ruby ban one more time. That's. Do they have a read on Loyal Sword? Maybe.
Maybe, probably. That's what I'm thinking. 'Cause, Ruby and Easton Shin, it's definitely some sort of a strategy that they've seen on the other side, right? They definitely want to take him out before the game even starts. And with the way Meta Shift has been drafting, the way, like, not the band, but in terms of how they've been getting the picks for themselves, yeah, Loyal Sword needs to come up with answers. No Easton Shin, no Baxia, no Arlott, no Lancelot, so no CC as well. Not a lot of priority. Kalea is still left open if they want to go for it. Phoveus is another pick that is available. Granger, although I don't think it's a first pick material in this current meta. Jushin's available. I guess that's a great first pick for Loyal Sword to work around. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Seems like a denial pick for XTRYL though. I think so. How are you gonna catch a Jushin now? Which meta shift are gonna pick now on the other side?
Black Dragon form. He's gonna fly around outside the map, get in from the other side, and then, you know, catch him by surprise. Conceal play.
Good luck. Good luck trying to do that with a Flicker Crimson Beacon combination when the Lanta Flare is on top of you and you just get knocked up, even in that Black Dragon form, right? That looks like Gojira getting knocked up by Hydra out there. But on the flip side of it, now there's also, since Lancelot is banned out, maybe they can also pick up the Joy early on if they want to, or maybe a Kalea. A Kalea Jushin. It's going to be
Jushin
so annoying to
Hayabusa is great
deal
as
with.
well.
Jushin Hayabusa works.
Or Jushin Granger. I don't know. Jushin something. It's got to be Jushin something. Can't let it go just like that. Something in the EXP lane as well. Arlott, CC, no Ruby, Phoveus, but then Jushin Uranus. I think Jushin Uranus is a great shout.
I was about to say Jushin Uranus as well. He's going to annoy the hell out of Yu Zhong though. But it's going to be one of the most boring lanes to deal with then in the game. Whenever there's a Uranus on the other side, you know that it's going to be one of the most boring lane.
Man, that's the skill. That's, you know, it's boring because you don't see the skill matchup in there.
No, it's boring.
Oh, never mind. Oh, wait, never mind. Alice was left open, of course. Not usually you see an Alice being picked up, but Alice Hayabusa, straight dive into the back line. So they know, I think they're calling it super hard that Loyal Sword is going to go for a front to back lineup and leaving the Jushin open. Or they're just reading 100% of the fact that Legendary cannot play this Jushin.
Probably.
I think they're just reading super hard, like he cannot play Jushin, so let's leave it open and see what they pick up, and then we can go from there.
If it's not a first pick Jushin, you know that the enemy does not have a Jushin, so you can just pick it up slow later on. It's absolutely fine. Yu Zhong has never really been the first pick material in this draft either ways, and now with the Alice in the hands of XTRYL, Yu Zhong was a playmaker, Alice is a playmaker. How are you going to stop him from making plays in the EXP lane? Now it's a Natan along with a Fredrin. You talked about the Fredrin, right? We both were discussing how it's going to help him out in that rotation and everything. Picture perfect. Locks it in right here. This should be a Jushin, man. Come on. What?
No, they don't. They go for the Farsa. I'm not all in on this Farsa. I really am not all in on this Farsa. I prefer a Jushin here, especially against a Fredrin. You really want to pick a Jushin. Make Fredrin's life a living hell. And I feel like Farsa, you just counteracting, you're shooting yourself in the foot, right? Here, right? With the Nathan, with the Yu Zhong. However, Comfort, I think Comfort triumphs over here. Gatotkacha, Carmilla, I'm not sure. I don't know why the Carmilla here again. Banned out. You can see it working out maybe. Maybe Comfort picks coming through once again. Again, folks, this is the last chance qualifier, right? These are players, these are teams who are looking to get into the MEC Fall 2025. We know we've gone already through the regular season of the Thunder Division. We've gone through the relegation and promotion stage. And now we're looking at the last chance qualifier. So you're not going to get the cream of the crop of Europe, but you're going to get a lot of tryhards that want to make a spot. You're going to find a lot of hidden talent, pieces of coal that you can turn into a diamond. But I think so far in Meta Shift, they got all the coal, probably a couple of diamonds in there as well. With that Grok being picked up, that's a really great front line. Good dive. They have high ground with that Farsa. They have siege potential. They have a lot of peel. So this Fredrin's got his work cut out for him.
For some reason, at this point, I'm actually liking the composition of Loyal Sword, but then there's the Grok on the other side, which entirely changes the thing. Yes, you've got a lot of good initiations with the Grok as well, a good of constant crowd control with the Tectonic Charge, as well as the Thorn of Ruin by XTRYL. And then you're going to have 812 hop in with the Yugi Shadow Kill. I can see it working really well. And then Keppo. He's got to be the main pivot out there on the jungle with the Fredrin. He needs to make sure his taunt lands in right on time. Now, since the Angela has been banned out, I have no clue what Loyal Sword are going to pick up for their room. I thought they would lock in the Angela for themselves. It would have fit in perfectly with their composition.
Oh, wait, never mind. Legendary says he can't play the Jushin. Kufra, 0% win rate.
It hasn't really been picked up that much.
Hasn't won any game.
I don't know where the Kufra's fitting out in this composition. Who's going to save the life of Legend Red here? With 3 people diving on top of him and him getting outranged by the artillery Farsa?
I mean, one thing's for sure. The Nathan can play like from the back line for sure.
Irithel.
Whoa, that's nice. That's even better.
Yeah,
oh, wait, never mind. Game's over. I'm calling it.
Let's battle.
It's not any Melissa. Folks, you're looking at Pelimetronio on the Melissa.
Melissa.
He's probably his best hero as well in the game. And when you need him to pull up a victory, you need to pull up a bag of tricks. That's when Pelimetronio comes up. He might even get first blow. Look at the top side.
Constantly winning out on that battle though. There's a big win down in bottom as well. Guess what? Yuzhong gets picked off at the first one. Fake crazy. Couldn't do anything. Flicker used up XTRYL. My goodness. On an Alice in the early game like that, with Pelimetronio definitely winning the lane in the gold lane matchup as well, since on the other side you've got M10 Hero with a Nathan with an Inspire.
Yeah, this is what it is, Scared. This is what it is. Pelimetronio, you can't lane against him, especially when he's on his best hero.
With an Inspire?
Well, he already used Inspire. Yeah, I mean, I prefer, what is that, Purify in this case, or a Flicker, actually?
Yeah.
He understands that he needs to want to dish out the damage, so I'm telling you, they're playing for that ultra late game. The kind of late game that they text in your chat, right? In your in-game chat saying that, hey, we'll play for late game. Wait, never mind. They're trying to stop Fake Crazy from recalling. Feather Airstrike already come through. He's only level 2, man. This is easy kill. This is absolute abuse of the bot side. Overdose a little late to the party there. But Turtle's up now. And Meta Shift already moving smooth.
Wow.
Like a well-oiled machine. Almost getting down Legend Red. No flickers present on the side of Loyal Sword. And this should be an easy turtle. Yeah, this is moving. They're moving like a smooth machine here. And I think they're going to really... Oh, never mind. Pelimetronio goes down on the top side. But they're getting so much value, Meta Shift, out of every single objective, every single team fight.
The question is, for how long would you be able to stop Pelimetronio, right? He's absolutely fine getting picked off by overextending there. He doesn't really care. Considering 812 is going to farm up very quickly. God Believer as well is making sure he's farming up. There we go in mid.
Oh,
We're not going to talk about it. Holy smokes. Paloma dum-dum.
I want to see a replay. Kogi Shadow Kill.
Oh
Fake
my
Crazy.
God.
Wait, outplay. Legendary able to get something out of that, right? Legendary able to get something. Come on. Soko shows a replay of that Grok flicker play. You got to show us.
Slow-mo.
Dub. He tried, man. He tried. The idea was there. It just didn't connect onto anybody. He even pops in the emote.
Oh my God.
There we go. We get a replay. Look at this. He moves into slow motion as well. He finds an angle. No wall, no Guardian's Barrier. He moves forward.
He flickers through the front run. He saves the life of Kepo there himself. Oh my god, bro. Alright, please, people. You got the slow-mo for that one itself. Got the production. You have to clip it. This is... There's some next level stuff happening here, man.
I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know what's going on anymore. Ogi shadow kill, overdose, gets the Tyrant's Revenge onto the Grok. They get themselves the next turtle now. Feathered airstrike. Oh my god. Damage is too much. Oh wait, Pelamatroni gets taken down on the top side. 1v1. Nathan with his Inspire much stronger than the Melissa. Level 6 and less than 5 minutes in.
Yeah, right now the turtle being picked up by Medishift out here, still giving them only 1.5k goal lead out, right? That's not really that high.
Oh wait, M10. Oh my god, that's 3. That's 3, isn't it? 3 knockups that he got. Two push. All right, 2 pushbacks and 1 knockup. Immediately gets taken down. And I think Fake Crazy here. He hasn't had a peaceful time this entire game. This Alice has been on the clock 24/7 trying to take him down. The Fredrin even tries to go in, drops the big longsword with the Appraiser's Wrath, and Feather Airstrike comes through a little too late. Finally, Legendary able to get a shutdown. They're super low in terms of HP. But look at M10, he comes in. Entropy, no Inspire, so not a lot of overdose. Oh wait, the Flicker, but I mean...
On the Grok.
Yeah. Pelametronio with the help of the Alice should be able to pick up this kill. Fake Crazy, Furious Dive. They find the Nathan. And Legend Dread looking for something. No mana. Should be an easy kill for Pelametronio.
Yep. Simple, straightforward game coming in for Medishift right now. They're not really looking for any kind of... Look at the macro. They're just... This looks more like one of those ranked games when you know you're already winning out in the draft itself. You're super confident on your skills. That's exactly what's happening right here. They're not really following any kind of macro apart from just picking off the turtles. That's about it. And the goal lead, which was off around 1.5 thousand, now has instantly increased to 3.4, rather 3.5.
Yeah. It's increasing. I mean, scared. I think it's eventually going to come down to what it's going to be. Loyal Sword. I'm not sure. The synergy of the lineup isn't the best. They're really relying on this Nathan in the super late game to try and do something. Finally gets the Tectonic Charge on point. Able to get something for his team and finally wubble up a dub-dub. That's how you do it, my guy. Even without the help of that... even without the help of the Tectonic Charge earlier, they were able to get something. But now you can see the impact it has, right? And I think Loyal Sword just counting their days. Counting the seconds and the minutes that they have left on the clock. However, I think if Medishift really overextend, fumble, make some sort of a mistake, Loyal Sword do have the resources to make that comeback possible.
I was just about to say, right, maybe even after everything, even after 2 overextensions from Pelmetronio, he's still with the highest goal. Don't really see the same thing from M10 Hero.
Yeah, he's feeling like a hero, all right. He goes in with the Entropy, able to get that kill, and now the taunt as well. Looking at the Grok, gets knocked up a couple of times. Actually, not even the Grok, that's the Alice. Throne of Ruin onto 5 members. Catches the damage dealer, and now dives in under the turret. 8-12 comes in. Ogi Shadow Kill looking to pick up 2. Legendary barely able to survive. Crimson Beacons his way out of there. 2 for the price of 1. Alice has been working overtime. 5-3-8 on the KDA. I think Loyal Sword finally find a moment for them to breathe, but I mean, it's just cut short with the invasion coming into the mid lane. Kepo going in, has the taunt, but wings by wings makes it out of harm's way. The Grok immunes himself as well to all the crowd control that's present on the other side, but you can see the Feather Airstrike comes in. Pelametronio, Cuddles and Muddles combination, go away being used as well. 8-12 to clean up shop, but there it is, the big Petrified combo coming through with the help of the taunt, but he still makes it out alive.
They didn't really have the damage to try and catch on to this Hayabusa out here. 2-0-3. The Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, as well as a Sky Piercer being brought into the mix. I'm pretty sure he's already got 10 stacks on it right now. Pelmetronio as well. One of the fun things is he's only got a 500 gold lead over Loyal Sword's gold laner, that is M10 Hero. But one of the big points is, now with the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword working on the golden staff, Pelmetronio will reach his power spike faster than M10 Hero.
Oh, well, Black Dragon, I don't know. Didn't feel like it was needed right there. However, it's going to be needed now. And, oh my god, H12 goes in, but finds a millisecond to try and use the Ogi Shadow Kill. You can see with that, he takes out Legendary as well. And now they're like getting the tier 2 in the mid lane. All the tier 2s have been conquered. They want to pop the Holy Shield so that the Lord, when it's coming through, will be, oh no, Feathered Airstrike. Every time I try and say something scared, it's cut short. Finally, Tyrant's Rage, Appraise's Wrath dropped down. God Believer gets shut down by M10 Hero. That is the power of Nathan in the late game. That's why they inspire.
All right, finally, this one looked like a pretty decent engage from Loyal Sword, though. But again, Kronos, I'll have to say this came out on the back of Metashift's big overextension. Right before the Lord, yes, that's a bit of a problem, but 5 more seconds for both the people to spawn in, so they're not really clearing the bottom lane, both of these teams. I really like that from both of them right now. Yes, Loyal Sword don't really have the Holy Shield to work around with, but not... As soon as I was saying that they're not clearing the wave, they just cleared it, and now the Lord's going to be delayed. That's going to get enough time for Pelmetronio as well to hop into this fight, which is going to happen down in bot. They had the damage charts as well. Again, you already have God Believer up there on top as well on this far side. He's been doing a pretty decent job. But with this Radiant and Holy Crystal picked up, maybe Loyal Sword can defend.
I mean, you never know. Oh, he does it again! The Grok, the meme play! But now you can see Loyal Sword looking for a clapback. The Lord is already in. The fight is split into 2.
Haya
Raises Rat to get God Believer, but 8-12 able to find Legendary in the back line. They get the inhibitor on the bot side. Mid lane inhibitor taken down. Zalogi Shadow Kill onto Kepo, but he's still able to come out alive. And now they're looking for a finish. Fake Crazy trying to survive. But in the end, they get a wipeout. Metashift take this series 2-0. He did it again in the end. Did you see it? Please,
you know what?
Please clip that one more.
Yeah,
he did it
so
again.
cool.
He flicked it again.
So call one more replay. One was not enough, you know. I can already imagine that one meme, you know. Another one.
Hey, somebody gotta make a meme out of that, man.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. Another one.
He's not really stopping with those flickers, man. And this is one of the big things which I actually talked about, right?
I was gonna say, is he gonna do it again? The meme play.
He did it. He did it. You're like, even before you think about it, he's already on it, right? He's ready with the wild charge into the flicker. Holy smokes. That's like using the rubies I'm offended first and then adding the flicker. It's the same level of meme which we always talk about. But
hey, it resonates with Grok's dialogues, right? Grok says he doesn't want to hurt you, and that guy never wanted to hurt nobody.
Oh my god, dude. This is absolutely
twice in
fun
one
out
game?
here.
Twice in one game? Nah.
And
guys, you gotta find his Discord. You gotta troll. You gotta troll him. I'm not gonna lie, you can't do that twice. Not in Surge Europe's last chance qualifiers. No, not like that. Pelmetronio, you gotta be laughing, my guy, with whatever you saw right now, because I know we're gonna see it in the replay. Hopefully in slow motion, but no pressure. Well, if we do, we get to explain what happened.
What happened? My man used the wild charge trying to catch everyone, and then he flickers right on the other side of them. Just so he's the only one standing behind them.
He doesn't want to hurt him. That's why.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you. I'm pretty sure that on the second screen you're just watching it on repeat.
You can make out of it. Britney Spears, oops, I did it again.
That's gonna be funny, man. That's gonna be so funny out here. Jesus, I hop on one day. I missed out on day one.
No, he started with that clip, bro.
So cool. This is so good.
No, you can't do that.
Right before he hits him.
Somebody
goes
please
in on
clip
the
this
other
and send me the
side.
link on Discord.
Oh man, this is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. You gotta do it, people. You gotta do it. All right, breathe, breathe. because we're gonna see it another time. Oh, we skipped the entire replay. We skipped every single play that was made, and we showed wobble of a dub with those two plays. My goodness.
It tops it off, man. Those two plays top the whole thing. 23-11 meta shift. They shift in the meta. They're not. They don't play.
They're playing lore accurate grok.
I know, right?
It's a lore accurate grok, my man. Never heard in anyone. Doesn't mean to push anyone. Plays it as safe as possible.
Yeah,
Phew.
I mean,
Helmet
well,
man.
I mean, we got a couple of clips right there for Surge Europe. Make sure you send it to the Discord, folks. You might just win yourself a skin. And then, of course, but look, I mean, jokes aside, that game in itself, I mean, both the games had so many memes. With the Yu Zhang flying outside, with the Grok missing his ultimates. I don't know what was going on, but I think meta shift, you can clearly tell there's a difference in terms of, you know, in terms of the quality, in terms of the level of the gameplay that this team can offer. They have Pelemetroni on their side, and I don't think he just joins any random team. And you know, if you see in the name Pelemetroni, you gotta be a little concerned what's coming your way.
At this point, as we're having a look at the highlights one more time, yeah. Well, Metronio on that Melissa. Let's just say that.
Oh, here we
even
go.
after.
Here we go.
Again. All right.
All right.
You know,
I think it's too much.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Every single time Bobble Dub was trying to make a play, right, he was missing all of that crowd control. XTRYL made sure that he eventually cooks up for it, getting those 5 men Thorn of Ruin knockups as well, zoning out everyone on the other side. He literally made sure that Frey Crazy on the Yu Zhong will be kept in check. Wasn't really giving them a lot to work with as well.
This was a good ultimate. This was a good one.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. That was a good tectonic charge.
That was a fantastic one. Look, here's the thing, right? We understand that it's not really one of his prime heroes. He's making some of those mistakes, but it's absolutely fine. He's also covering them up for it by constantly being on top. And one thing is, his walls were actually pretty good.
Yeah, true. I agree. I mean, of course, no. This was a great
this
Throne of
5
Ruin play,
man.
right? That was a great Throne of Ruin play. Just able to get the stun onto all 5 members, and then they just needed to clean up shop, and then it was so good coming in from meta shift, finding all angles of execution, trying to get something for themselves. Here again, Loyal Sword, the Hail Mary kind of play, and then you can see M10 goes in against Pelemetronio, and oh my god, this is what I'm talking about. Here comes the next one. Flicker. Oh.
Oh my god.
He did it again.
I don't think so. He needed to throw in the flicker in this one either ways. Like he was probably about to hit the tower as well.
I think he
Just
just
decided
he just wanted to do it again.
He probably heard you, man.
It's so nice. He wants to do it twice.
All right. You know what? That's kind of fair. That's kind of fair though. But a pretty solid one out there for Meta Shift. Simple game, easy wins for them. I wouldn't really say easy, but yeah, it was smooth sailing, man. They were doing whatever they really wanted. And then the second one was an absolute brawl. It was fun.
It definitely was fun, and I mean, I'm excited for the next game that's to come. I know for a fact it's probably not going to top this one. We had crazy moments in this indeed. But folks, that's it from me. Kronos going to be out of here for tonight. I'll see you next time, of course. But then next time, we might be looking at something a bit more prestigious that teams will be fighting for. However, you're watching the Last Chance Qualifier with Scaredy at Kronos, and of course, Surge Europe. And Warren will be back in place with me. But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again out here on the desk in the last chance qualifier. One more best of 3 series remaining out here. The previous one, definitely a highlight by Wubba Lubba Dub Dub, my man Warren. I know you missed out on that moment, but then you went in to rewatch it. It was actually pretty funny, but happens to the best of us, right? One of the big things about that I really wanted to talk was the fact that even after all of those ults, Wubba Lubba Dub Dub made sure to always frontline for the team. He was always there, making sure he's soaking up all of that damage, getting his teams into positions where they can win. And if this is the kind of play that they're going to make, I am really excited to see if they make it to the regular season.
Well, you know, sometimes when you cook, sometimes you burn the food, and that's what happens to Wubba Lubba Dub Dub. But like in the end, he cleaned it up. He went to cooking again, and well, what was the result? Was a nice dish that we all very tastefully ate, and it was a nice dish indeed. Unfortunately, I was looking forward to it going into a full BO3 because I was giving some hope towards their opponents, but unfortunately for them, it truly was a show of their opponents. We have one more look over the bracket to just see, kind of get a glimpse of how it's going on. So Loyal Sword against Rakpools, and also that's loser bracket for you, by the way, if you didn't know. And also Spont Esports is waiting for their opponent, which should be falling out of the loser of round 62 in the upper bracket. So definitely, if you see the teams that you are rooting for, let us know in the chat, and when you are at it already, check out if you liked, if you subscribed, because you should be doing that. The more you share the stream, the more giveaways will be happening. I don't know which goal we hit lately, but I think we should be heading still towards the 100 likes goal. So I think you can definitely work on that. Just share to your mom, share to your dad, share to your pet hamster, get them all on board. Click the like, I think you will get there. Scare, did you like the stream to help them out?
I always do that, my man. I always open the stream up. I always like it. I make sure that there's always that support running in from my side as well, right? But one of the big things is that I really participate in. I just make sure that all the other people, they're having that chance, right? Viewers do deserve that. They're one of the big support staff out here for everyone. So it's amazing to be a part of this entire extravaganza of ML being worked around in the entirety of Europe, right? We've seen some really good players from a lot of teams. We've seen a lot of outplay moments as well. And to be honest, the strategy when it comes down to all of these young guns, with the way how they're learning through everything, that one big learning curve is something that I always like to see. One of the fun things right now that we will see is also going to be the Broken Walls map once again, Warren.
Well, speaking about young guns, I like definitely age-wise you can put Pelmetronio up there, but I mean like he is a veteran out there. His name was circulating over in the background. I know for a fact that I spoke about him with you. We were speaking about him in great lengths. I'm so happy to see him back in action, and I wish him the best because he already stole my heart. I'm rooting for that guy, so I am happy he sailed smoothly in that last BO3. But of course, let's refocus for our two duelists. That will be Misa Esports against Carpe Diem. We already saw Misa Esports. We have Pancake there. We have MLBB, Bitter Wies, and Cupcake. So two of those cakes, they will try to make it sweet. But let's see if Carpe Diem will not get to them back with some salty pancakes.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, right? I want to see Carpe Diem as well. We already saw Misa Esports previously and how they were playing against hacks. And to be honest, they were actually looking pretty clean, even with the draft and through the in-game micros. I want to see how their macro will work around right now, right? That's one of the things that we haven't really come across with. One game doesn't really give you the entire idea of the potential and depth of this team. So this one best of 3 series will be a very good, you could say, learning point, or rather a big challenge for both Misa and Carpe Diem to eventually cleared out. Now, Harith and Arlet being banned out by Misa, no changes there. On the other side, Carpe Diem, Lancelot, Jushin, pretty straightforward standard bans now. The question is, Basha or a CC? You've got to let one of those go.
This is definitely up for the table, because one of those will be getting through. If you are on the red side, I would think that CC is the better ban because we see CC being picked up very actively as a first pick on the blue side. So I think CC is the ban to go for, because usually when they go for Baxia, they cannot pair it up immediately with some heroes, and you can, for example, right now in this situation, you could maybe steal away Kimi, so you don't get yourself in a situation where you have this carry that really relies on lifesteal. So you have Kimi for yourself, maybe you can try to make a workaround. So I'm feeling like CC is probably the ban, but of course we will leave that for our players to decide, because right now they are truly deciding a lot. All right, it's a Grok. That actually shoots me in the leg, because I wasn't really expecting that ban. Of course, now in hindsight it makes sense, because Grok's very solid roamer. Probably with going Grok, they are trying to secure for themselves even more picks, because right now, all right, their opponents pick Jisoo Chin, but they can go for Baxia and CC together if they want to.
I think so that would be a very good first 2 picks option as well, because you're going to keep what a good amount of flex on the table. But here's the fun thing, you can actually go for the Kimi as well. My question is, Carpadium, they've got 3 picks. They can only pick 2 out of the entire 3 pool. Misa also will get at least 1 of them. So now that's either CC Basha or a Basha Kimi or a Kimi CC rather. That's the big question. You're going to have to let that one go through to the other side. What are they going to pick? That is the big question.
I'm feeling like combination of CC and Kimi would be the smartest choice, because if you leave Baxia over to them, then CC can shred through him. Alright, he will mitigate her healing, so it still hits her, but CC... not one, but the strongest XP laner. Of course, we saw some very skilled Lapu Lapus being able to get on top of her, but honestly, I would say that it wasn't really because of the matchup, it was because of the players. I think if you put 2 evenly matched players, CC Lapu Lapu matchup, CC will be the one coming out on top. But let's not think about CC no more. Well, maybe, because Misa Esports could go for her, since she has a decent matchup into Yuzong, but Yuzong and Lunox, those are the picks that Carpe Diem went for, and the answer on side of Mesa Esports will be Forza with her 3rd airstrike, super high range, and CC up there.
I'm already liking the draft of Mesa Esports right now. Going in for the Yi Sun-Shin now, picking up the CC as well. You've already got the marksman, and the fun fact is the CC could very well be playing in that gold lane, so you don't really know who's going to hop into that EXP. And also CC is going to have a fun time against Yuzong in that EXP lane by constantly poking the heck out of him after that level 2. So now, final pick of the first half. It's going to be Hayabusa, early logged in. Carpadium wanted to lock in their jungler, considering that could have been the priority ban on the other side. But now that also leaves room open to let the Basha flow through as well. Now you can try and prioritize to ban some of, let's say, those roamers maybe, or maybe you can try and target some of those gold laners. I think so. I'm still kind of liking the idea of Carpadium picking up the Lunox. Could be a mid lane, could also be in the gold lane.
Well, I don't know if I quite like that, because of course there could be the idea that you have gold laners and roamers on the board, but the way you approached it, you cannot really look out one option, because if you would go full roam bans, then you are shooting yourself in the leg as well. Of course, if your idea is not to go for roamer first, because you are first on the pick, so that could be the idea, but then you are leaving gold laners open for your opponents. I know that Hayabusa is pretty nice pick here, and I agree with that, because even though CC, even if she wants to tank herself up, she possibly will still get chunked by Hayabusa. It will still be for mid-double damage, and don't let me start it. Don't make me get started on Farsa and Jisun Chin. If they get caught, they are as good as that. Hayabusa will make quick work of them. So far, it looks like Carpe Diem are looking into the roam path, together with the Grog ban coming from the first rotation of bans. It makes a lot of sense that this is their approach, so it looks like, alright. Mesa Esports, I don't think this is a smart idea from them. I think this is a big first blunder coming from their side, because banning Kalia when your opponent already banned so many roamers, you are just shooting yourself in the leg.
That could be one way of looking at it. On the flip side, I'm also thinking that a Kalia could have worked pretty decently in the composition of Carpadium, right? Since it's Carpadium's first pick, I think so if they would have gone into a Kalia Lunox in the mid lane, then they would have had the priority. But yeah, I totally agree. Misa themselves could have kind of worked around with that Kalia though. But here's the thing. I think so even a Mathilda would look pretty good in both of these compositions. Though for Misa Esports, I think so they really need to go in for a solid front line if they're not looking to put CC in the gold lane. If CC is going to go into the gold lane, then yeah, that's fair. They can lock in the Mathilda, then they can lock in some tanky EXP laner, and maybe in the form of a since the Gato is banned out, maybe something along the lines of 4vs, or maybe something other than that. Yeah, the Khalid picked up from Carpadium. I'm liking it. 4 heroes, full dive on the Farsa as well as the Eastern Shin. I'm liking that.
But I have to say, honestly, other than Khalid, who is there left open? Gato is gone, Grok is gone, Hylos is gone, Kalia is gone. You can go for Matilda as you have already established, but that means that you are forcing CC into that gold lane, and this means that possibly she could get harassed out of the lane, since Carpe Diem still have the possibility of that last pick. Maybe they can have the right choice based upon that.
What if Carpadium also picks up the Claude in this?
That would be huge AoE, huge dive in, as you have already talked about it. Alright, but no more thinking, it's Tigreal. So that's telling me, together with Ruby, that's telling me CC is on the XP lane and Ruby will be in the gold. Honestly, nice save coming from Misa Esports. I'm not sure, but wasn't this kind of the comp that they had before?
Yeah, I think so. That was probably the case as well. It was a bit similar, if we are really having a look at it. But yeah, I think so with these two picks out here, Ruby and Tigreal, we've been talking about this for a while now, how good they both are. With this, they entirely cancel out the dive coming in from the other side. Now, I personally think that maybe, considering what they have, maybe an Irithel would be a better choice here. But you know what? They're actually going to lock in the Lapu Lapu. Don't really care about any of the marksmen in the gold lane. It's the fighters on the side. It's a full goddamn dive from Carpadium into an anti-dive composition of Misa Esports where they want to play front to back. It's like one composition is good at one thing, the other is good at the exact opposite thing, and they're kind of countering each other perfectly. I'm liking how this game is going to look to go out here, but yeah, if you're talking about the late game, Misa Esports will have the priority.
Though I have to say something super important, and that is the fact that two things that are actually super important. And one is, honestly, bad preparation from Carpe Diem, because they could already see Misa Esports on the stream, so they should definitely have been able to catch that fact, because they could have been ready for this idea coming from the side of Misa Esports, because I just had to double check myself, but basically this is what they ran before. It was this spicy Ruby pick at the end to fit her into gold lane. And secondly, super important thing for the side of Misa Esports is to not engage first. Because if they engage first, oh wait a second, it looks like they will do that on Mio at least. They force his Purify. Virtusenko trying to make some space happen, but it will result in half his HP almost being gone. Of course, he has that regen. But Punky is not actually looking the best. It looks like someone burned him on that pan. He's not looking best for World right now. Oh, wait a second, Virtusenko going for Cupcake. Oh, but it's a Tigreal Flicker on top of me. Big found his Purify, so that means that man for the side of Carpe Diem. But Zane continues this fight. Misa Esports need to retreat now.
Finally, they're all going back out here in their own lanes out, right? And this is one of the funniest new things! Holy smokes! Virtusenko, make sure that he punishes Cupcake out there in mid now. Coming back onto the topic which we were discussing. Mio running with a Purify. Now that is interesting to see normally, because we don't really see those Purifies on the Lunox now. I understand there's a decent amount of crowd control on the other side. You've got Pancake on the Tigreal. You've also got the stun coming in from Cupcake. You've got my lobby hopping in with a Curtains Call. And, of course, Bitter. You'd not really want to get caught in the I'm offendeds there. So, yes, Purify does make sense. But that also means that Mio will not be able to go for those surprising Ruby DD combinations. He'll have to heavily rely on Abu Amr Jr. to give him that space.
do I have to say one thing, and it is that I'm not really a fan of Virtusenko forcing that flicker upon himself. Wait a second, another fight happened, and that's exactly what I mean. Now he dies because he has no more flicker available, and the rest of the team will try to fight it still. Pancake actually with a great retribution, and now Amar Jr. will be the one next to die. MLBB picks up that kill, and 3 kills for MEC Esports. And exactly as I have said, and as I tried to say, Virtusenko burning that flicker, whereas Cupcake had cool enough of a head to keep his own. It didn't result in anything other than Virtusenko dying 2 minutes later.
Absolutely. There's just one pick coming in for them right now. They're also trying to steal away this purple buff. Lovely use of the retribution.
Oh, there's a fight happening. Bitter will be the target, but Virtusenko picks up the kill. I mean, I understand that in a heat of action, you want to go for the kill and you don't want to let the opponent escape. But this wasn't the moment. Mio forced into his ultimate. MLBB burning only vengeance. Well, only vengeance, of course, means that Yuzong will have much easier time lane in.
He's gonna have his own fun time out here. Wee's down at the bottom. It's fine. Best worldwide is gonna be A-OK for now. Also, they're gonna get those minions as well out there. But again, Mio in mid, he's been harassed like anything. And that's why Virtusenko he'd always need to hop out here in mid. Plus, he himself is being chunked down to such a low HP that too very quickly. If anything, I kind of want to have a look at the emblem that he's using. I'm pretty sure it's not that tanky.
I mean, right now, Mio has no levels. He's level 4. Pancake is higher level than him. And speaking of Pancake, he forces Amar Jr. back away. Virtusenko there looking around, looking for a play. Now his flicker is available, coming online. So he could be looking to make some plays. And he needs to make those plays. Because even though Tiger will fall off, Khalid, he is only... I know I spoke about this in great lengths, that Hilda roam. Oh, there's a fight happening on top of Mio. Immediately burning his Purifier. Now he cannot find no more. But the thing is, Hilda has a little bit of utility as well that we saw before, but Khalid on roll, he has only damage. There is nothing else. So if he cannot translate this into a lead for his team, he's going to be useless. Whereas Tiger will still have the CC available.
Wow.
And speaking about CC, there's Pancake going for Best for While. And unfortunately for now, Best for While doesn't really stand up to his name. It looks like he is probably not the best, because at least a couple of MEC Esports members are better than him. Oh, and speaking about better, getting the better of them, Mio immediately burst it down and Zeke cannot join this turtle fight. Second turtle for MEC Esports.
Yeah, they're just having fun. Oh my goodness. Not really giving them a break. Holy smokes! Virtusenko surviving by the skin of his teeth as well, burning the flicker along with the raging sandstorm. And MEC Esports are trying everything though, but Carpe Diem, they're still not giving them what they want.
The problem for Carpe Diem is that their composition scales much worse. Since if you compare the jungle, Hayabusa is not outscaling Jisunchin. If you compare the side lanes, alright, CC, yes, she has decent late game. Yuzong comparatively has a decent one as well. But I don't know. Of course, there is a fact to say about Lunox. We see Virtusenko going for the damage. I have to say, that's a great idea since he has those 2 kills.
But one of the big things is who's actually going to frontline for the team. We probably need the others to go for it though, but Mr. Worldwide. Oh, conceal play in mid. Not happening.
Vorax finished for MLBB, so next fight he will be chomping with this true damage.
And on the other side of the spectrum, if you're really looking at it, yes, the maximum damage is being dealt by Cupcake as well as Wheeze. That's one of the big things. Again, how are you going to stop these two people? You've got the dive. Yes, there's an anti-dive on the other side. Magic defense boots coming in from 2. Oh my god, Carpe Diem. I understand that Best Worldwide has to lane against Bitter, so he wanted to go for the warrior boots. But looking at the amount of crowd control on the other side, I really feel that he should have gone for the tough boots.
Andrew's such a hater for the shoes. I mean, I kind of see his vision, and speaking about vision, I think Zayn has his vision clouded a lot as we see Feather's Airstrike start his fight up. Big voice, Vorval play coming with the Lane Shaker, unfortunately misses, but Yuzong is there, Petrify on 3 members, but Vorval picks up Cupcake and they continue to fight, but they are too deep, and they will die for their actions. Best Vorval is dead, and it's Amar Jr. only against 3 members. He tries to sustain himself, he's still alive, dancing around, but he is dead himself, and MEC Esports are even deeper in the advantageous position.
Carpadium cannot really fight until and unless Mio has got the items to farm up right. He needs those Holy Crystal. That is one of the biggest things. Yes, you've got the Lapu Lapu and the Yuzhong tanking a lot of damage, but it's not enough. MEC Esports are out-sustaining Carpadium in those fights. And Mio, his Ruby DD combination is not really going to help them out. He needs to go in for the Chaos Assault. That's the only thing that can help them.
And speaking about Chaos, Virtusenko going for VC. He gets him, but he is now alone and he will give away Shutdown because I believe that will be Bitter making his purse look much more thick with extra gold put in his pocket. Vorex finish for Amar Jr. as MLBB pushes away Zayn and the rest.
One of the big things is that it's a roamer for a jungler trade, so that should really be fine. And considering we don't really have a gold laner here, the gold of all the other people should be almost around each other. But one of the red flags that I'm noticing for Carpadium is the fact that the Hayabusa and the Lunox are all the way down the bottom 3. Don't really want to see your Hayabusa getting outscaled like from a Yi Sun Shen like that. Level 12 is where Zayn is going to get his own power spike, but there we go, another Feather Airstrike to zone them.
It's just so rough for Carpadium because I have to point the blame on top of their Khalid, because I think he doesn't understand the job description and going full damage, or at least going for that extra damage in form of his first item. I don't think that's what his team needs. I think his team needs an initiator, and I think the time for Khalid to be doing damage is far over. It's gone. He's just there to initiate and make big plays with his ult.
That's the big thing. Another Feather Airstrike all the way up on top.
Zayn.
And where will Zayn go? Every single shadow being camped for the Hayabusa. Didn't really have anything that he could do. Level 11 right now. The Wise is level 13. He's already trailing behind. And now, I mean, with the amount of tankiness that's coming in on the other side, he's going to get outscaled.
Oh, and speaking about tankiness, MLBB just running through everyone without use of engines, and there is Amar Jr. forcing Whis and Cupcake away. Though, forced flicker from Cupcake, but talking about forcing, Best Vorval is being forced off this position, and there's Amar Jr. already burning out the Black Dragon form, so he needs to retreat. Bitter with a big sustain.
I want to look at the itemizations right now. Mio could not even tickle Pancake or MLBB. Are there Radiance there? There's just a Silence Robe on one. There's only a Queen's Wings for Bitter. A Glowing Wand being picked up by Mio though, but it's not doing anything to MEC Esports. I'm pretty sure the only target that he could actually try and find would either be Wise or maybe it's going to be Cupcake. No one apart from them. That's the problem when you...
Yeah, continue.
I mean, I was just saying, that's the problem once you're on a Lunox and you don't really have even 5,000 gold. He's got the lowest gold in the lobby.
Oh, and speaking about someone who has not much, well, Best Vorval, not much HP on his build, and now he goes down. So that means free lore for MEC Esports.
Athena shield being made as well by Pancake. Mio is going to be rendered useless in this entire game now.
Oh, big Khalid play, but no one to follow. Virtusenko is alone. He initiated the fight, yes, but everyone else, it was too far, and it's Amar Jr. 1 against 4. It's too late. It's too unsynced. No one is following anyone. It's just like ranked game. I'm sorry, Carpadium, but you have to work on your synergy. Those fights are so out of sync.
And what a play from MLBB. He soaked up the entire Oogie shadow kill and moved himself away from the Lord, just so Zayn could not get the retribution. Look at that implosion!
What else has to be said? 6,000 goal lead in 11 minutes. With Mesa Esports, there is not even options for them to fumble the bag because they cannot really. Of course, Feathered Airside can miss, but still, most of them will probably hit. Tigrew, okay, he can miss, but in the end, he can still tank. CC, there is nothing to miss on that hero. And Jisun Chin, well, okay, he can miss some of the skill shot, but most of it is just auto attacks, doesn't matter. And Ruby, are you telling me that you can fail on Ruby? I don't think you can. And speaking about what you can, Zane definitely cannot be stepping over here because that could be big trouble for himself as Mesa is supposed to try to push for the base. One tower down, they will go for more. Mio half HP gone already, Virtusenko just dashing around, but he is full damage Khalid, he is no more tanky at all. And speaking about tanky, Yu Zong isn't tanky at all either, as Mesa Esports will try to make their stand in the opponent's base. They will try to end the game. Oh, big play coming from Bitter. He pulls 3 members, but he will die for his action. Shutdown coming for Mio, and the rest are trying to finish it off. Zane needs to run away. Best Vorvat could be dying again. Best Feather Strike, fortunately for him, misses, so that means the rest will be alive, and it looks like Mesa Esports will be running away with only 8,600 gold lead. Well, and looking at the state of the game right now, what can be said for Carpe Diem? It's not really looking the best, and I'm quite surprised because we are right now in the semifinals. We are right now in the semifinals of upper bracket, and this is the game we get. Mesa Esports is just so much stronger than their opponents.
True, man. It just falls down to the same thing which you mentioned. There's not enough tankiness from Carpe Diem right now. It's only, guess what? The Yu Zhong's Blade Armor that's anything but tanky, and you can probably add the Queen's Wings in the mix by Best Worldwide. But look at the other side. You've already got a Tigreal who's going in for a full front line. You've got the Ruby as well with the Queen's Wings and Brute Force Breastplate. So that means all the CC, or rather the crowd control, that's going to be on Bitter. On a full stacks of Brute Force, he's just going to make sure that he will not be controlled for the amount of time you think he will be. It will be reduced. It's like, what, having another tough boots into the mix with the passive active. That's one of the big things that's working for Mesa Esports right now. And Carpe Diem have been looking shaky, my man. It's just a full-fledged domination of Mesa. Outclassing Carpe Diem.
Well, I think it doesn't really necessarily mean that they play wrong. I think they failed the step even before that, and that's the builds. I'm sorry, but there is not enough tankiness. They don't have the right items to even compete to Mesa Esports. They lost in the shop. As we are saying, Zane get completely destroyed, killing spree, great. CC locking from Pancake, and Virtusenko have only his eyes for crying as he tries to maybe look for a Lord Steal, because at least he can use that all damage items for something.
I don't think so at this point, man. He's not even able to catch Wise. He's not able to catch Cupcake. They're both running away, and you can't really burst down the front line on the other side with just a full damage build of the Blade of Despair and the Heptases. Right, there's no snowball coming in. There's anti-cuirasses being made already on the board on the other side. You've already got the Athena shield as well, so Mio isn't really able to do anything. Right before the slot, one quick look at the items. I want to see if there's a Divine Glaive available right now for Mio or not, because if not, then this could be it. Yes, he's gone for the early Divine Glaive, but there we go with the fight.
To play it out, but he is now alone. But oh, luckily, this is the full damage Khalid actually coming to fruition. I have to take my words back because Cupcake is gone, and this could be the deciding factor if they can defend the base. There is big Black Dragon form coming. Yu Zong flying around trying to make some space. They go for Lord 20,000 HP, but half HP of the base crystal is already gone. Anmar trying to make some space. They try to defend the rest. They push in away Mesa Esports. They cannot get to the base. Lord is can they defend? I think they can. Khalid with a big play, but unfortunately he goes down. Monster kill for my lobby as they try to go for more. They pick up another best board, but is dead. This just tied.
Whoa!
And now it's Lunox 1v3. Can he defend? Ultimate pop. Immortality once more, and it's just not enough.
Not a proper amount of wave clear for the side of Carpe Diem, and that's why we are seeing that kind of ending though. But yes, the play that was made, we mentioned that I literally just mentioned that Khalid is not really able to pick off anyone, which he can technically pick off. And in the instant next fight, we see him taking down Cupcake out there. I like the idea, take down the Farsa, take away that artillery, but then again, you've got the Yi Sun Shin in the hands of Wise on the other side, right? Don't really have enough damage to take him down. He was kiting around every single person so very well. Was keeping his dash safe, was also keeping the mountain shocker safe, just so he's got that extra mobility to move around with the skills of the Yu Zhong. We saw all of that in one of the previous Lord fights as well, and then we saw at the very end too. I loved what was showcased by Misa Esports. Everything was perfect, and on the back of it, they're looking pretty confident in this entire series.
Well, confidence is one thing to say that. Other way to approach it is probably they are the butcher and their opponents are the meat. Because it looked completely in control of Misa Esports, and right now I am left flabbergasted if their opponents are supposed to come back into this series, because I would wish them the best, but I feel like they have to go back to the drawing board and they have to get to it fast, because I think if things are adjusted, it could work out. But we will probably go over the builds furthermore when they pop up on the screen, but I have to say, you cannot go Khalid with full damage when he is on wrong position, because typically on wrong position you don't have that much money, and if you go for those big damage items, especially Blade of Despair, it's one of the most expensive items there is, probably if not the most expensive item there is. And you cannot, and I cannot say how important it is. You cannot do that on wrong Khalid, because you are wasting so much gold, you are taking it away from your teammates, whereas you could be that tank, you could go Radiant Armor, it's super cheap, you could go Blade Armor, it's super cheap as well. Anti-Cuirass, even all those defensive items, they are so much cheaper, so the roamers can build their items. If you compare it, Tigreal had almost full, he had 2 shoes, one for each leg, I guess. Other than that, if you look at Tigreal, he has Athena's, he has Anti-Cuirass, he has Immortality that probably he sold for something. So looking at it, he has at least 2, probably before he sold it at the end of the game, when they tried to base race. He probably had 3rd defensive item, where Virtusenko has 3 damage items. That's cool, but you are not the one supposed to be doing damage. And I won't stop just there, because I think Abo Amar Jr. also went too much damage. I think the Vorex was too soon. I think he should have just kept the hammer, because there was not enough frontline at all. And Best Vorvad, I understand he goes that Vorex, I understand he goes Queen Wings. That's something I would love to see in a full build of Lapu, but I think after Vorex there should have been at least 2 defensive items, because other way you get immediately squished. Immediately. You have Mio to deal damage. Everyone from your team comp is doing damage. I don't think the problem is you don't have enough damage. The problem was you don't have defense. The fights were over in 2 seconds.
You don't really have a lot of frontlining, right? Misa Esports was just out-sustaining everyone on Carpadium. I did like the idea of the composition. And you know what? I think so if they add an Xbog instead of a Hayabusa here, maybe they could have basically brought something out, considering the Lasting Insanity would have done insane amount of damage, and you also have that true damage to burst through that front line of my lobby, Pancake, as well as Bitter. But yeah, apart from that, I 100% agree with you, Warren. One of these 3 frontliners should have gone for a full tanky build, while the others could have gone for a semi build. And Virtue Senko, the damage Khalid only works if you're the secondary engage of your team, not the primary one. He had to go in first. That means he's going to soak up every single skill on the other side. And he did not really have anything to soak up any kind of damage as well. We are looking at the amount of damage dealt by every single one of them. Wise on top, 69,000. Cupcake falling up pretty closely, 67,000. And then we've also got my lobby, constantly kiting around and poking around. And after all of that, you finally have Mio with 47,265. I told you, the Slunox needs to go the Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive if you want to burst down the enemy. You would not have anything to work with before that.
Honestly, one thing has to be said, and that even though Virtusenko went full damage Khalid, like a maniac, he still tanked. I don't know if you caught that, but he tanked the same amount of damage almost as Pancake. He was a little bit far behind my lobby and Bitter. He fell short on compared to them. But even though he went full damage, he still tanks so much. Just imagine if he had those defensive items. If you have to say some positive things, which definitely should be said for the side of Carpe Diem, because they are still in the series, and I think there is definitely some hope for them, you have to think about Virtusenko, about his mechanics, because even though I dislike his build, I think mechanics were there. He was finding the right moments, he was jumping on the right targets, you will see it there. He was finding the opportunities mechanically, he is clicking. That's not the issue. But unfortunately, he didn't think it through enough, I believe, and he was a little bit short-sighted in going that damage build. Also, I would like to say that even though Mio was very far behind, he was, in the end, not sitting that far behind, even though early game didn't go so well for him. So I have to say there are some saving graces for the side of Carpe Diem. I think if you're a fan, you shouldn't definitely throw.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I kind of agree with whatever you're saying out here, Warren, and I think so. Yes, Mio was slowly and steadily scaling up, but at the same time, I think so they kind of needed a little bit more time out here, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's about the coordination between the members of the team, where you guys need to prioritize who will go for the damage first and who will go for the tankiness first. I think so. Just doing that simply would change a lot of things in the entire composition, and I could still see this one working. I do get the vision of the full dive. I get the idea that you once catch Cupcake or even Bitter or even Wise, you're just going to burst them down instantly. If they're caught in one crowd control ability, everyone's going to be falling down. And then Zayn could eventually hop in a little bit later, going for the cleanup of the Oogie Shadow Kill after every single passive of those items have been procced off and everything. So I could see that vision, but yes, it came down to how well you can frontline. The kiting from Misa was just a little bit better, and the Ruby into the Tigreal at the very latest stage, it just cleared everything up. It was like, yeah, the entire composition of Carpe Diem has been countered by just one pick, or rather two.
Oh, absolutely. And also there is one important fact to remind everyone about, and that is the composition, and we have spoken about it in the game also. But the composition of Misa Esports was truly one that if it gets rolling, it's very hard to find opportunities to come back. Because as we have already said it during the game, there is little error that you can make, not in a sense that if you make it you lose, but in a sense that you cannot really make error, because if it gets rolling, there is really not much stuff you can fumble. Maybe Tigreal's combo, but still he can ult, and that's basically unmissable, and that's basically that. Alright, Farsa can miss some feathered airstrike, but let me tell you one thing. I think you shouldn't be taking Farsa's feathered airstrikes as something that's super hard to miss, because look at how big it is.
I agree. That's one of the big things out. Looking at the dangerous cross for the map out here as well. You know what? I actually want to see some of those Kalias pick. I want to see some of those Hilda pick as well, right? Even Kronos was mentioning how Hilda in the dangerous cross is literally one of the best picks. What does she need? Crosses to heal. You've got a lot of those in dangerous cross, so why not go for it? On the other end of the spectrum as well, you know that you can go in for some hiding compositions which really like to execute their play once they are in those bushes, like the Kaditas, like again the Kalias, maybe even the Cho, up on the blocks as well to try and surprise you on the other side. Out here, Carpe Diem. Here's the thing, man. I don't know what they really could do in order to take down Misa Esports. Still banning out the alert, respecting my lobby on the other side, would also mean that there's a lot of picks open on the chopping block.
Well, definitely one thing has to be said, and that the thing is they are trying to switch it up. So no matter how this game ends, they are trying to do steps to switch it up, try to find a different approach, and that's what I like. You already have to give them props for that, because some teams, they are just adamant that no, this time it will work differently, and they bash their head to the wall, into the wall. No, tomorrow they don't care. Carpe Diem, they were like, all right, it didn't work out on this side. Let's try to switch it up. Let's try to take the reins into our own hands. Let's try to dominate the draft in a way that we will like dictate what's gonna happen. We will make the choices, so our opponents have to respond to us. So I already like this idea, no matter how this will end.
All as well as the CC being banned out, the respect being shown by Carpe Diem to my lobby. I think so. It's a little bit too much respect, man. A Jushin banned out along with a Harith as the answer. It's going to be interesting to see what they're actually going to lock in for that gold lane, man. And you know what? I'm actually understanding the idea of the 1-1 bans as well a little bit more as compared to what we used to see previously in the Thunder division. You've got so much possibilities of kiting around all of those fighters that you actually deal a ton of damage. If you're going in for the crit build 1-1, good luck sustaining through that. Specifically with the Heart's Claw, Berserker's Fury, if you really are into it, along with the Corrosion Strike, Corrosion Scythe. If it's the Scythe, it's the Scythe. All of that work out really well. Carpe Diem, got to choose that one last ban out here. What's it gonna be?
Well, I already dislike a little bit what they did here because we spoke in great lengths how CC is super good first pick when you are blue side and they already shooting themselves in the leg. That's something I already said in the last draft where they kind of bent a roamer. No, actually it was the other way around. The MSI Esports were the ones to bend the roamer. So actually I had to give credits to Carpe Diem from the last draft. It was decent. I think it was completely playable. Unfortunately, in the end, it didn't come to fruition. Right now, new game, new draft, new bans even. And I'm quite surprised by them banning out Lunox, because that either means that there is someone very scary with Lunox, or they have a pick in mind that would be countered by Lunox.
I don't know, man. I think so. They're kind of showing a little bit too much respect to the Lunox here, but we'll have to see. Maybe Cupcake is probably one of the Lunox main players out there. Angela being banned out, that means you've got a ton of picks open, right? You've got the Lancelot, they picked it up already. You've got the Yeast Senshin, you've got the Barks, Zushin is banned out, so that's one thing. But a ton of other picks as well that you can actually go for. There should be a Yeast Senshin on the other side though. It's a Yushong and a Grog. Alright.
I have to say, you probably knew based on my face, I am feeling like Mesa Esports are a little bit still in the draft away. I am not the biggest fan of Lancelot being the first pick. Of course, you could go for Juxin, but Juxin is gone. You cannot go for that. Now, I am a little bit fearful if you don't secure Kalia or someone else who can make the mid lane prio, that your Lancelot will survive early game. Because we saw that many times, that's why Lancelot, it shined there, it was 48% win rate. He doesn't have the highest win rate, and I think that comes down to some of the teams just picking him up because their jungle player is very good Lancelot. He is skilled mechanically, but they forget that one point. If he doesn't have comfortable early game, he doesn't get quickly to his level 4 and he cannot start farming up, get into those power spikes, then he will fall apart, he will be completely useless. We saw this many times, Lancelot being like 0-9, 0-8, something like that, and I'm a little bit fearful because right now you're looking into the second ban phase, second draft phase, and you have no roamer that can enable this mid lane prio.
The only thing that I can think of right now is a Kalia. Mesa Esports should really ban it out. That's going to work pretty well, even against the Grok as well. You pick him up with a Tsunami Slam, burst him down instantly without letting him do anything. Farsa with the artillery is the best with the Kalia in the mid lane. It's a 1-1 though as for the first one. Again, understandable, a lot of kiting possibilities. You've got the inbuilt Needles Purify as well to run away from those tectonic charges. Crossbow of Tang, help you sustain. It's going to be the ban of Carpe Diem.
I have to rephrase myself. What I meant is not that there are no role options, but rather you don't have them right now in your arsenal. You didn't pick them up yet. So even though I agree, Kalia is a great pickup, I honestly don't understand why Mesa Esports don't go for that Kalia ban. If they don't go for it now, I think it's a big blunder. Or, no. I wanted to say that they could go Kalia XP lane, even though it's so off meta, like no one does that, at least in the competitive scene, right? But I thought I'm cooking for a bit. No, not really. They should ban it now, because if they don't, then it's completely free for Carpe Diem to take it, and that will help their team come so much.
But the big question is, can Virtue Senko play a Kalia? Like, if he can't, then there's absolutely no point out here. Though in the dangerous grass, you're really going to love it. But they're actually going to take out the Garrote. I think so Misa themselves could have picked up a Gato, right? To try and maybe catch Mio on the other side on the Farsa. Or at least force him on the Purify. Which he'd either ways be using, because you have the Yu Zhong for yourself.
Well, Skirt, you have to keep in mind they already have Grok. They couldn't go Gato. That's the thing, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, forget it. I said it. It's the Yu Zhong. It kind of slipped my mind now. But what are they going to put in the EXP lane? Maybe a Lapu Lapu's been picked up on the other side, though. And a Kimi has been banned out in mid. Even though the Farsa herself counters a Kimi. It's kind of understandable. You've got a lot of early mid lane prio with a Grok and Kimi combination on the other side. The options are actually dwindling for Misa and Carpe Diem both. Misa specifically.
Well, I have to say that I actually like Carpe Diem's thinking, because they read it. They lost one, even though they could have read it sooner, because as I have already said, it was on the stream, you could have checked that out, but at least now they know it. They ban Ruby, they ban Kimi, and they're like, alright, now you have to go your typical gold laner.
What if it's an Alice? Imagine. I mean, I don't think so. It's still out of board. And you can kind of play Alice in the gold lane. You get some early items. And if anyone tries to gank you, simply go for the Thorn of Ruin and side your own tower. Can't really do anything. Locked in the Selena. Alright, understandable. Nice pick. It's not like we haven't seen Selena. We've seen her. We've seen her working as well. Twice out of the 8 games that have been played. A good counter to the Farsa as well. And a pretty good dive along with the Grok as well as the Yu Zhong.
I am so tightly looking at what Carpe Diem will cook up for that roam and for the rest of their comp, because it can either make it or break it, because right now it's on the verge of being playable and being kind of nice for Carpe Diem, even though Mesa Esports have kind of tankier composition, of course, with that Yu Zhong, with that Grok, and then possibly they will add up maybe, oh, Bane's stealing away. I think that's a great idea actually, because I'm feeling like Bane could work so well for Mesa Esports. What do you think?
Bane can. Hylos, I don't quite know. But they need some kind of frontlining, alright? So I understand that you've actually gone for a Hylos. You have someone to face tank all of that. There's a Granger as well as a Selena on the other side along with the Yi Sun Shin. So a pretty insane early game. Level 4 power spike. Major advantage for Misa. But then again, Carpe Diem, since there's a dive on one side, they have got the anti-dive with the deadly catch of Bane. And if Best Worldwide really go for a full magic build out here, I think so I'm actually seeing the win condition for Carpe Diem. They can make it work. Again, just like the previous draft, they have the possibility of making it work, but it falls down to how well they are synchronized in terms of making those items. The good thing, they've got a Hylos, so they have got a roam which can basically go for a full tank and face tank everything.
Also, I'm a little bit fearful for the life of basically 3 members of Mesa Esports, because even though I see the vision of Bitter just outranging Grog, sorry, not Grog, but Bane, and not being ever in the range of everything other than Deadly Catch, if he gets in the range, he will get destroyed.
Yeah, but all he needs to do is just use the Claw Crab Cannon from a range and just get those one shots onto those minions. So it's absolutely fine. But I like, again, I absolutely love what Pancake did, people. We did not really see that. But as soon as the first minion spawns, you put up a Grok wall in your own crystal and instantly all the 3 waves are stopped. That gives you a priority in all of those lanes out here, though. Wise.
Virtusenko 1v2. What is Virtusenko trying to do? Alright, he's baiting, trying to make some space. Zane picking up this Abyssal Arrow, trying to dodge out of it with those iframes. Virtusenko, my man, you are in wrong spot at the wrong time. You are dead.
Oh
that
my
will be
god!
A nice horse steak for Mesa Esports.
An opportunity. He set it up for Pancake by also landing the Law and Order. Or rather, Mio. They could not really go in for that. I absolutely like the idea of Virtusenko. He was going a bit more aggressive. Yes, that's fair, but that could have been a trade for a roam to the mid laner. Huh? Rapid boots being made for Mio. Interesting.
I don't know if I'm quite a fan. Lobby with level 4 already, so Black Dragon form available. Petrify on Mio. He's starting to fight, looking for Virtusenko maybe, but no, we're deciding to go for Mio. Oh, the burn! The burn is enough. And Misa Esports suddenly with a lead already. 2-minute mark and already almost 1,000.
Not a level 4 before that fight, so Zayn could not really go in. Now he's reached that level 4 mark, and guess what? Pancake is just moving in their jungle like it's his own territory. Again, no one stopping him whatsoever. Out here, the purple buff, finally it's going to be taken though, but again, Cupcake landing all of those abyssal traps gives them so much more vision to work with, and that they can eventually go in for the steal onto those other camps out there. Stealing up that EXP camp for the bear. Man, Wise is going to make sure that he is at least 2 levels up before the next turtle.
It looks like so far it will come to fruition probably. Of course, we will see Pancake with that big tectonic charge trying to hit Zayn. Doesn't really connect. Virtusenko jumping, not really jumping, running around. The thing for Carpe Diem right now, since Mesa Esports are in the lead, they need to clear their jungle. If they are able to clear their jungle, then Mesa Esports cannot advance further. Because other than turtles, the towers will probably not be falling in the next couple of minutes, maybe like in 3 minutes, but not very soon enough. So that means if Carpe Diem are able to group up in 3-4 members and always clear their jungle, that will be the way to stop the approach of Mesa Esports.
Probably, but here's the thing, right? Carpe Diem has cleared out their entire jungle. Mesa Esports are now doing it. And they'll be doing it right in time for the next turtle as well. So, as I said, that 1 level advantage will still remain in the hands of Wise right now, again, in the mid lane. Wanted to go for a bit of poke out there on Pancake, but guess what? They haven't really had the memo. They got chunked out themselves.
Hunter Strike finished for Bitter, so another Hunter Strike for VS. First 2 items completed for the side of Mesa Esports, which is something you could expect, but honestly, Bitter, even though he didn't attend any of those fights other than Turtle, because he of course will get the thing from Turtle, right, the XP, the gold. Virtusenko forced to use his Glorious Pathway, so not available for the teamfight anymore.
This is so annoying, that Grog just taking them
into
down.
The backline, bursting Mio immediately, and now there's Virtusenko. Black Dragon form, it will keep him alive for now. He's burning, he is still alive, luckily. Vase finishes off the turtle, and Mesa Esports even further in the lead.
Fun fact, Pancake adding that wall as well stops the Lancelot in its track. Zayn could not really go in to take down my lobby there. Man, this Grok is saving the lives of his teammate like anything. And he's just annoying the heck out of Zayn, not really letting him farm. And guess what? His purple, or rather the orange, is stolen.
And now forced feathered airstrike as well, because there is no way that Mio would even kill him. There was no chance. This was purely emotional, because I can already imagine Zayn being on that voice call, being so mad about the fact that Brock stole his orange buff. This was pure emotions coming from Mio, and I completely understand it, but they need to look out from their emotions and get back to the tactical, reasonable approach.
2.5 thousand gold lead for Mesa Esports now. They'll be looking forward for the next turtle in the 40-second mark. If that gold lead doesn't increase, then that means Carpe Diem can actually make that comeback. They have the possibility. They've got a good amount of late game as well. And there we go again.
This was a nice bait. My lobby could be going down. Black Dragon form. Luckily, this was so calculated, both from Virtusenko and from my lobby. They both survive on so little slivers of health. But one super important thing, of course, you don't have heal from Virtusenko. But Lapu Lapu getting tower in top side, equalizing the goal difference. Wei, now I think forced in Mountain Choker, and Black Dragon form will not be available for the turtle spawn.
Look at that, Grok. They're standing on the face, right? Not really letting West Worldwide do anything. You can just watch the tower go down in rain as Bitter picks it up on the other side. Now that increases the goal lead further, which they already have.
MLBB getting stand up, getting bursted down. No Black Dragon form available. Mio picks up that kill and they go for more Pancake. They'll probably survive, but this means Turtle is free for the taking.
Can't really go in for a brawl out here. Carpedium realize the strength of their composition, that it is in those pickoffs. They need to pick one and they need to run back to safety again. That's what they're doing, but there's the re-engage.
Weez re-engaging, going more. Glorious Pathway making the space to engage. Virtusenko together with Amar Jr. Forces Flicker out of Bitter. But can they get anything out of that? No, just 2 flickers. That's it. Now they have to retreat because Black Dragon form MLBB is here.
Going in for the Turtle as well right now. There's another engage happening in, and this time it's Misa.
Oh, it's indeed, but MLBB doesn't, unfortunately for Carpe Diem, he doesn't get the Turtle. Virtusenko finishes off Weez. This the aggression that we saw from him when playing Khalid, and now it comes to fruition. Abo Amar Jr. getting MLBB, but unfortunately Pancake gets the better of Mio, and now Virtusenko has to run away with his life. Ooh, Selena hitting those abyssal arrows, one more, and it could have been the death of Virtusenko, but he is alive, he is fine and dandy, and suddenly the gold is even.
That's one of the biggest plays Carpedium has made out there. Virtusenko getting that one pick, helping his team out with the second one as well. I believe it was Abomer Jr. who eventually got it. That was fantastic. All the way chasing them down, Turtle being secured, everything being flipped right onto its toe as we have a look at the items as well. Glowing one completed. Again, there's the Enchanted Talisman first on the other side. No anti-heal for Misa Esports. And that will be a problem. That means Virtusenko's Revitalize could be a problem. The Glorious Pathway is going to heal them back up. And the Holy Crystal rust up instantly by Best Worldwide. That's going to help them too.
Virtusenko forcing that Glorious Pathway, but he doesn't really care. He's fine and dandy. And oh, Amar Jr. going in. I don't think this was the smartest choice. He will at least clear the wave through Raging Slash and Land Shaker as they will make their retreat. 30 seconds for Lord.
And there's no goal lead whatsoever for Misa now. Yes, it is in favor of Carpedium. It's just a couple of minions right here and there. It's going to flip here. Mio as well is now going in for, I believe, either the Blood Wings or the Holy Crystal. Either one of them is going to help him out in bursting down that front line. I think so. Holy Crystal should really be the way to go. Or maybe he can also force in an early Divine Glaive. That's going to be pretty decent.
Speaking about forcing, Amar Jr. forcing display, unfortunately missing Line Shaker and now tries to go for the Raging Slash, doesn't really connect on the right targets, and Black Dragon for MLBB. He is here and he's ready to rumble. Best for Vive gets put down and MLBB tries to go for more. Looking for a retreat right now as they will make their leave together with the rest of the team. But 200 gold, just 200 gold. It's so playable for Carpe Diem.
It absolutely is right now, but again, they've got to clear out these waves. Don't really have that kind of re-engage tool or the anti-dive coming in from Misa in the form of the Deadly Cat. So Bane needs to come alive. 3 more seconds, and that is the window that Misa can pick up to take down this Lord.
And they are definitely looking for that window. Breather forcing Amar Jr. away. The Lord, 13,000 HP, just a quarter of his health. Now it will regen up. A big play from Virtusenko, forcing them away through his ultimate. But now Weez will be rejoining the fight after obtaining purple buff. Cupcake almost getting down. Virtusenko playing, pushing deeper. But he might be going down. Amar Jr. unfortunately missing that lane shaker. But can they get Lord? Pancake with big tectonic charge. Amar Jr. securing Lord. Now they have to retreat. Big deadly catch, pushing everyone away. So Carpe Diem can make their leave. First time in the lead.
I thought it was Misa who's going to have the advantage thanks to Cupcake landing that stun. That means that big crowd control going offline. But guess what? The zoning came in perfectly and there we go.
Bitter gets put down.
Mio!
Even though he had a flicker, Mio of Cupcake, and suddenly Carpe Diem are on top of their game. But you know what surprises me? Why Carpe Diem wasn't in the lead of gold when they got 2 kills. Suddenly they are, but for a second there it was still gold lead on the side of Misa Esports. Right now Carpe Diem looking best as they ever were in the series as they go for Weez. Deadly Catch forces everyone away. Pancake, MLBB tries to play it alone. Tries to go for the backline, going for Mio. Mio is still alive. Black Dragon form. Oh, they go down. Weez picks up another. And suddenly Misa Esports are back in this game.
They'll be able to clear out the Lord as well, though, but the bottom tier 2 could eventually be pushed in. Hold on a second. Alright, yeah. Zane's going to try and run back to safety as well. Ooh, almost. My lobby trying to outplay him now. There we go. It's been a bit of a brawl from both of these teams. But the good thing is the tier 2 down bottom, I believe it's still safe along with the tier 2 up top. So Misa not giving away the tower structures. Except for the bottom. Yeah, that's been taken down. It's fine.
Well, but suddenly Carpe Diem look like they have teeth in their mouth. They are able to fight back. Weez going for Virtusenko. Virtusenko getting pushed away. Mountain Choker. Virtusenko getting walled off, but he should be fine. Forced Glorious Path away. That should be alright because no objectives on the map.
I like how Cupcake, yeah, I absolutely love how Cupcake is actually trying to find the angles. There we go, Zane.
He forces Cupcake away, but nothing more from that. One tower down, though. I think it was top side, right?
Yeah, the top side now went down too. Bottom was still standing up. That's a big thing, but there's another play in mid.
Black Dragon form trying to make it use it defensively, but now that means my lobby won't have it for the Lord spawn.
40 seconds out here. I think so. He will just get in time. He should probably have at least 30% cooldown reduction from his itemization out here down bot though.
Best Vorvat, you cannot go down right now because now it's just 4 members against the onslaught of MEC Esports. Can they pick off Weez? That could be super big. Can they? I don't think they can because they miss everything. And Weez is slippery snake dancing around, but Zane has something to say about that. Jumping, dashing, diving around, dodging, iframing, but he's dead. Waste killing spree. As only 2 members are alive to try to defend Lord. I think they have to give it up.
Yeah, there's absolutely no possibility for them now since Zayn has eventually went down as well. Should be a pretty easy picking by MEC Esports. When it's a 5v5 fight, then Carpe Diem will win. But if it's a pick-off like that, MEC Esports, they've got a big advantage. Looking at the amount of damage being dealt out here, every single one, including the Grok, has got a higher damage than anyone on the side of Carpe Diem. That is a massive start to pull off if you're MEC Esports, my man. The gold is divided. Yes, that is good. Specifically for Zayn as well as for Best Worldwide. But man, they're not really able to output that damage. One quick look at the items though. I don't think so we have a time. This could very well be the last Lord out here. The Blood Wings being purchased right away. Best Worldwide. Nothing to penetrate through the Athena shield on the other side though. But good thing, no one else has any major magic
tectonic charge. Pancake showing when it matters. Going for Best Vorvat. Suddenly forcing him away. But my lobby gets bursted down. Deadly catch. And he's just popped like that. That means successful defense for Carpe Diem as they maybe go for more. Virtusenko is in the depths of enemy team. Looks like no more action. At least coming from Carpe Diem. They will be happy with the defense.
Maybe they'll not be again. The poke is there. Virtusenko just zoning every single one of them away. All they need to do is just catch this slippery wise out here. Bitter is going to scale down in this late stage of the game as well. And Zayn is trying to chase them right now.
Zayn, I don't know if you want that, but maybe you do. Big ultimate goes for Cupcake. Cupcake flickers away. There is the target Weez. He tries to sneak away. He will be fine, but Bitter goes down. Doesn't really matter though, because 80 seconds for Lord.
Force Spells being used upon the other side. The big thing is they can try and steal away the farm. That's exactly what they're doing as well. Kind of giving away the same thing to the other side, which they eventually received out there in the early game. And Zayn is just styling on them right now. Big thing is, again, Mio and Best Worldwide. These two people will have the opportunity. My lobby has picked up the Athena shield too. So that means he will be able to face tank a little bit more of that burst damage. But now we are moving in towards those final items, Warren. And these items could make big differences.
Twilight armor for Virtusenko, so he will be much tankier. And speaking about tanky, Amar Jr. in the thick of it, going for my lobby, doesn't really force in anything. Looks like Carpe Diem weren't able to use their advantage on the map because they had one more member available. It's exactly what I talked about. No Lord means no action possible. Right now, you were waiting for that spawn.
Oracle being prioritized by Abu Amar Jr. Not really going in for any kind of Athenas or Radiance. Considering there's only one Selena you've got to deal with. Queen's Wings will also help him to sustain. I don't think so Bitter has any stacks on the Sky Piercer, so he's going to be absolutely A-okay with that. And the Divine Glaive now being picked up. Bitter, this is a big item pickup for him. And I think so this could very well be maybe the game changer coming in.
I have to say, I love what MLBB is doing with the build. I think this is exactly what his team needed and exactly what Carpe Diem's team needed in that last draft. Though we have to refocus on the action that's happening right now because Zayn is getting pushed away, but he had enough. Bitter, enough of your bickering right now. You will be going down, my man. Zayn maybe in a very bad position. Black Dragon form, going for the backline, going for Zayn, going for the rest. He is initiating and he is going deep. Petrify still available for MLBB, but he just tries to push them away. Oh, they go for more. Big action coming in. Amar Jr. half HP forced his Landshaker and Bravest Fighter, and now he has no ultimate for the rest of the fight. Zayn jumps in, ultimate goes for MLBB. MLBB could be the target. He's still alive. He's super tanky. It's Yuzong in the end. Big Feather Duster coming in and then they put him down. Kingsby for Amar Jr. Zayn still playing it together with Amar Jr. He misses the Landshaker. Goes for Bitter. Doesn't unfortunately hit him though. Bees go down. Shut down for Baseball Wild.
Oh!
Is there more? Baseball Wild can Bane finish it off. He can double kill. He will go for triple. He goes out for blood. He is bloodthirsty, this Bane. He goes for more. As Carpe Diem will need to defend their base and go for Lord.
Well, the macro game coming in perfectly for Misa out here. They made sure that the waves were in the slow push. And thanks to all of that build-up, Carpe Diem have lost both of their side lane inhibitors. That means free push coming in for Misa. And because of the amount of extension in that entire fight, MLBB would be able to make it on time for this Lord right now. And even Pancake can steal it away. There's no retribution for Carpe Diem.
It'll be so tough. Pancake is definitely looking for it,
Oh,
but
what a
they know
poke.
they are bursting him down. It looks like he doesn't have any magic defense. Yuzong with that Black Dragon form, I think he's sitting for me on almost a full build. He could be the deciding factor. There's V's. There's Retribution available for Misa Esports. They will try to finish it off. Carpe Diem 5000 HP. Retribution doesn't go through because it's best for Wild. And he is truly the best indeed for the job. He got the last fight. He got the Lord. And now he takes his team to victory.
It's pushing in from the top side as well though. The waves will not be managed well for Carpe Diem. None of them are really going in to clear it from the bottom side as well. You do see Virtus Senko there, but he's going to be moving through the mid. He wants to be with his team. Only 9 stacks by Bitter on the Sky Piercer. This is the big problem. He's not even running with a BOD as well, my man. That means no extra damage when the enemy is down from 50% of their HP. This is where the Granger scaling is actually hurting them right now.
Oh, indeed. And talking about hurting, is hurting MLBB as he gets bursted.
What?
He couldn't even use the ult as they try to merge for the end. Whis is trying to defend. Bitter half HP. Cupcake going down almost as well. Lord will try to push as they will try to take mid lane tower. I think this possibly will not be the end, but this just makes a statement. Carpe Diem are back in the game and they are here to play.
I think so this could be the end as well, because that's not just one wave, but 2 more waves that Misa Esports will have to deal with. The only good thing, the mid is scaling up.
Oh, Virtusenko could be going down. Glorious path away to push them away, or rather try to chase them. Looks like it was successful. Misa Esports had to retreat, and suddenly the high loss is much more useful at this moment than Pancake on his Grok. Not really to the detriment of Pancake, he's done his best, but it's 20 minutes. So of course the mobility that Hylos brings onto the table will be much more useful than what Grok can.
Genius Wand being added into the mix as well to get that extra bit of penetration. Carpe Diem, they're just trying to min-max the itemizations that they really have. You've also got the Oracle being picked up along with the Immortality, just 1 damage item for Abu Amar Jr. He's going to be the main face tank of the team. Then someone tell Virtus Senko that he's got to sell the Elegant Gem now, or he's got to complete the Clock of Destiny. It's going to be one of those 2 things.
Absolutely, that's definitely something to think about. But also one thing that I would love to pinpoint or like point out is that Zayn, he's like He's like this barking dog. Oh, wait a second. Let's not talk about barking dogs because right now it's Amar. It's not really barking. He's just biting into Pancake, but he doesn't have penetration. Going for V's, but right now Yuzong alone. He should make. Oh, Royal Puff away. They go for V's. He was able to iframe it, dodge away. He's still alive, getting slowed, but this could mean just enough of space. Wait a second. There's another action happening on the mid lane. Beitro getting pushed away. It's Zane running away. Big Tectonic Charge unfortunately misses because iframes coming from Zane. He's still seeing immortality available. Bane pushing on top, on the top wave. MLBB with a sneaky play. Oh, but he gets found out. There's MLBB in the depths of an enemy team. I don't think he can make it out. He will try to jump away, but Bane is there. Black Dragon form popped, and he has to make a use of it. Half HP already gone. Amar Jr. still with his Bravest. No, Bravest Fighter was actually popped. Flicker as well. Landshaker being used. So that means Amar Jr. will need to wait for his cooldowns right now. The thing is, Cupcake retreat. So do they know? Do Carpe Diem know? And can they make it count?
The big problem of Misa Esports is that their scaling composition is only scaling for the Yi Sun Shin. Everyone else will fall off. So I think so Carpe Diem, they've probably found out their main groove which they want to work with, and that's why they can eventually make a use of it now. Mio picks up the Divine Glaive too. So he'll be able to burst through that tanky front line with the Athena shield on the other side, but yeah, just one of a small sidestep coming in. I like how Amar Jabbar is also, or Junior, he's making sure that he's just eating out all of those vision traps that are being placed on the other side. Wise, gotta be careful. Don't want to get caught, specifically with the Bane out there. The deadly catch could be a problem.
Sneaking around. Vase going in, going for the target, going for the troll, goes for Amar Jr. Forces his Landshaker. Previous fighter, Amar Jr. is still alive though. Raging Slash still available. Zane goes for MLBB. Oh, he goes for the backline. I think that was too. Oh, maybe
what?
It was perfect. It was great. He kills Waze and he goes for more. Immortality is still available. He will revive. He can go for Winter Crown swap. He couldn't in time, but Beater is down. The big feathered airstrike, and now Amar Jr. going for the backline. Raging Slash combination with Bravest Fighter. Mega kill going for Amar Jr. as Virtusenko and the rest. Oh, wait a second. Mio, I spoke too soon. There's MLBB, of course, that has to say something about it, but I don't think he can survive. There's Virtusenko coming to help Amar Jr. And at the same time, Bane is playing with Pancake. Going for MLBB. Oh, wait a second. If the arrow hit, that could have been deadly. Best for while. Virtusenko chasing for more. Goes for Pancake. Goes for MLBB. Another ultimate kind from Amar Jr. forcing through Landshaker the escape of MLBB. But I think now is the time to go for Lord.
I think so. Bit of might as well need to swap in his Sky Piercer for maybe a Blade of Despair. Goes in for the Wind of Nature as well. Realizes that he cannot kite out Zane. He is going for a fantastic job. VOD was picked up though, but not from Bitter. It's picked up from Wise. And they're actually going in for that bit of a poke around the Lord as well. The slow push which was set up by Carpe Diem. All thanks to Best Worldwide up on top. It's coming down to fruition. Abomar Jr. He's close by, but knows a little bit better of what he needs to do. Now, this is the big thing, right? MLBB can be in these extreme aggressive angles and also be safe enough to go for a simple Black Dragon form and hop back to safety. That gives so much more information to his team to work around in this map. And I think so this map control is where Misa Esports has made sure that their game is not ended.
I don't know if you caught that, but Better went for Athena's. Oh, talking about Athena's, there will be one lady that will be getting put down. Unstoppable Best for Wild with that big crab cannon play. Not really a play, right? You cannot miss those, but the Black Dragon form going for 1v2. I don't think this is the right moment. MLBB, don't go for the play. You're going down. Immortality popped and the rest will get on top of him and try to finish him off. Talking about finishing off, Waze could be the target. Best for Wild switching into Winter Crown. Oh, switching into Immortality immediately. He's still alive. Bater goes down. Immortality bought for Wheeze. He can still play it. Very fast clicking over there. That will keep him alive. Can he switch into? No, it wasn't enough. It wasn't fast enough. He bought the Wind of Nature, but it wasn't fast enough. Well, maybe it was, but Mio was there to finish the job. Great flicker play, and Carpe Diem can finally rest easily after they win the second game, because they know it's playable. We can still turn the tide around. It's a full BO3 because my lobby, I don't think he can do anything about the fact that this game goes to Carpe Diem.
Holy smokes, man. It took everything for both of these teams to try and end it all off, dude. This was absolutely crazy. And I'd have to say, you need to keep your laser focus out there in game to try and end the games like those. Or how dare I think that we're probably going to get off early today, right? Maybe we're going to have an early off from the work. We can probably sit down, chill around, play a little bit more Mobile Legends, and maybe look for what is going to change out in the next patch notes, though. At least make some predictions. But guess what? Carpe Diem said no to all of that. They were not ready to give up whatsoever. The Bane scaling worked out phenomenally well. Better on the Granger. Let's just say that one last flicker play which you wanted to make to try and catch the Bane on the other side wasn't the best decision.
Also, I have to say that this switch up, of course, we saw it many times, but it being practiced and it being like played in those crucial moments, you have to always keep in mind that even though it's a thing of practice, you immediately being ready for that and switching to that, it saved the game.
It always does, man. The immortalities to the winter crowns, or maybe the wind of natures to immortalities, and that swap to the rose gold meteors. Those are the 3 item swaps which you really need to do and learn, right? That is the thing that makes the entire difference. And I think so that is exactly what these players are learning as well. At the very edges of their games, they're making sure that this is something that sets them apart from everyone else. It raises the entire competition out here, though. On the other side of the spectrum, as we have a look at the highlights, again, it was a back and forth right from the first minute. MEC esports had the advantage. They were trying to turn it around entirely as well when the scoreline was, what, 15-5, maybe something around that. There was double digits, single digits on the other side, but Carpe Diem, man. They did not give up.
The thing is, I cannot really tell you what is the reason that they played so much better in the second game. Even though the early game slipped a little bit out of their hands, they were able to be just defensive enough to survive, to get on top of their power spikes, and those late game teamfights, they were just theirs. It was greatly executed, nice combos, coming from either Best Vorvat, Amar Jr., Mio, Zane, even Virtusenko. It was great. Virtusenko soaking out so much damage. That's something I would love to see from his Khalid in the first game. Unfortunately, we didn't see it, but we saw it now. So I like that they switched it up. I like that they went for that blue side. They completely reversed the draft, made it other way around, and I would love to pinpoint Zane. He has score of 239. That's something you don't typically see on Lancelot, and I don't think it's really painting the whole picture because he was doing so much work done. And I would like the thing I wanted to say during the game was that you sometimes have the dog that barks but he doesn't bite. Well, this one didn't bark, he just bites.
I agree. Zane is the kind of man who just always performs when it's needed. And the win talker why we are seeing here right now, people, for all the ones who are confused, is just to end the game quickly. You get those fast basic attacks in to try and take the crystal down when you know that you're winning. Most of the people do it, right, as well, when they know that they're winning it all out, right? Looking at the amount of damage dealt. Cupcake, though, on Selena, doing 100,000 damage. Man, that is massive. I was not expecting him to do that much. Better as well on the Granger. 125,000 for himself. Wise falling the chart on the third one. But guess what? This is where Carpe Diem won. The sustain battle.
Oh my lord. Virtusenko 314,000 damage thanks to his name. That's just crazy. That's just insane. Of course, the Carpe Diem that we saw in this game was completely different Carpe Diem than what we saw in the first one. Yeah. A little bit fumbling on those words. You have to give it to me. Those team fights in the later stages of the game were so intense. 26-minute game, if I'm not wrong. What a blast, what a game. But now it comes down to this one. Because there will be no more games. Just this one. Of course, it's the winner's bracket. So I kinda lied, there will be more games. But no more games in this series. It's just BO3. That's the end.
Yes.
And if we are speaking statistically, the team that will be on the blue side will be the team that takes the win.
That's the thing. Out here, it's all falling down to the best of one yet again, right? Yes, you had the best of three, but the scoreline is 1-1 for both of these teams. So now it's going to fall down to what you're going to allow in that draft and what you're going to ban out, right? The banning out the Lunox, or rather a few of those bans coming in from Carpadium, I thought that they were questionable, but even after all of that, they made it all work. And guess what? We are all hopping into the past, ladies and gentlemen. We are back to the broken walls.
Oh, indeed, Broken Walls. And what other map environment than Broken Walls? Like, I love myself some Broken Walls. This just means that it's going to be crazy. It's going to be super proactive. There will be nowhere to hide because every wall has a crack. It's like if you're living in a house that's missing like 2 walls and you just have like two out of those 4. Well, you can hide from some corners, but the wind will get you anyway.
True. And that's the thing, right? You've got so many escape routes as well. You can farm very quickly in this one. And guess what? There are certain kind of picks that really like the broken wall scenario. The ones who really like to fight a lot. The ones who want to gank a lot. And I agree. There's going to be some things which are going to be fun. But the draft is where my focus is. Spanning out the Jushin, Carpadium. Absolutely cool with that. Misa Esports on the other side. Again, focusing down on that Harith. We don't really see a lot of Harith bans in the first phase. But it seems like Misa Esports have kind of got a read on Carpadium as to what they like to do. So they're making sure that they're not giving them the comforts.
No, they are not giving them right now for sure. Because Juxin will be off the board, so no more mid lane prio. Misa Esports go in for raid ban, so that big, well, small guy coming to popularity lately will not be something that we will be seeing, at least not in this game. Looking at how the bans are going, do you feel there is something that the team didn't go over and that should be done?
Nothing surprising yet. I already mentioned the Harith point. Don't really see it on the early phases. Normally see it in the later phases. And apart from that, the Angela banned out for Misa Esports. Seems like they want another Yi Sun Shin for Wise. Lancelot has been taken care of on the other side, so Zane's not gonna get his hands on it. But that also means you've got the CC open, you've got the Basha open. Both of them are priority picks. Arlott is available as well. Hold on a second. I think so Carpadium are going to ban out the Arlott now. That means again, it's going to be why he's picking up the Yi Sun Shin. Or if they decide to ban the Yi Sun Shin, then my lobby is going to get his hands on Arlott. And we remember what he did in the very first game he joined in the Thunder Division with the Arlott.
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely something you should worry about if you are his opponent. But it looks like Misa Esports are the ones banning out Arlott. So I'm quite surprised by that you are not keeping him for your own use. I think that's a little bit of a blunder on their side.
Bit of, probably, but they're absolutely fine. They don't want to pick up the Arlott. They're like, they've got the Basha. We've got the Yi Sun Shin for the priority. We can pick either one of them. CC has been banned out as well. I like the idea. That means it's a Yi Sun Shin to be picked up out here. We know that it's not really the first pick material, but it's absolutely fine if it's working for your team. If it's not broken, no need to fix it. Carpadium themselves banned out the Lancelot, so Zane will not be allowed to make the similar kind of plays that he did in the previous game.
And the thing is, does Zane have something under his belt that can kind of do the same stuff? We saw him on Hayabusa in the first one, but it didn't really come to fruition. So right now the question is, can he make it work this time, or will he choose something else?
Maybe it's about time that you pick up the Joy as well, right? If you really want to. Decent amount of CC immunity when you've got good 3-stack electrifying beats available. Good amount of burst damage as well. Sometimes people don't even realize the amount of damage he deals. But you can pick up the Basha, right? Maybe create a lot of confusion. A Basha Kimi seems like such a good combination for Carpedium right now.
Basha Kimi is something I would like from Carpe Diem. The thing is, do they play it? Because I feel like they were in a similar position. No, not really, right? In the first game they weren't, then they chose the blue side. Wait, were they? Yeah, I think they were, right? I think in the first game they could have done it, but they decided not to. So I don't know if they will go for it now.
That's the thing. I believe we were discussing about the Kimi Basha or a Kimi CC or a CC
Exactly.
Kimi combination, right? Yeah, that's what we were discussing. But again, yeah, they did not really go in for that one. So seems like a Yuzhong Farsha again. All right. If that's something that would work out for them, I'm cool with it. No problems there. What are you going to pick up right now? Uranus would be such a good pick, man, for MEC Esports. If they really want to brawl out for so long. If they want to make the game be like, yeah, it's a back and forth, nothing's happening. You've got a lot of tankiness, the fight's continuing. It will eventually get boring for a while, but maybe they pick up the Basha for themselves. Put him up in the roam position.
Well, my friend, my dear co-caster, I didn't know that we were related, but I have to tell you, I'm scared as well. Because I'm scared about what Carpe Diem is doing right now, since Yuzhong didn't work for them in the first game at all. Abort! Don't go Yuzhong. I hate what they are doing, because what they had with Lapu Lapu looked so nice. I don't know why they go for it. And now MEC Esports have Kimi and Uranus. And you go for Fredwin? Well, I think if they went for Fredwin and Zakota was here, they would make his day. He probably loves that guy. He spoke about him in great lengths yesterday, about how much damage he does. So what do you think, Scared? Did they save the draft or did they fumble it?
Against the Kimi, that's a big question mark for me. That's the big thing, right? Yes, I understand the Fredrin. You need some frontlining. You're going for a simple front-to-back composition. You want to save the life of your Farsa. But against a Kimi, against a Yisun Shin, I think so they're going to lack a lot of damage into that mid-game. So the full focus is probably going to be on the bit of a damage gold lane, right? Putting the Yuzhong in that EXP lane, going for a conventional Irithel in that gold to help them out, to maybe play around that Farsa as well so that no one else can burst her down too. Grok, Tigreal being banned out just so there's no one to set things up for MEC Esports. But there's still a Kalia for both of them.
There's still an Kalia. The thing is, typically we see Kimi being very easily played with Purify, so I don't know if Kalia is the right idea for Carpe Diem. Because I'm fearful. I don't think she can get on top, and if she gets on top, there is Purify, and if she gets on top of Whis, he has iframes. He has not really iframes, like he's not invincible, but he is CC immune. If you pick up Uranus, well, firstly he can rock that Purify as well. We saw that many times, and even if he is fine. Oh, Khalid. Oh, please don't do me like that, Carpe Diem. I had so much hope in you. Scared, I'm sorry, but if this Khalid and his first item will be damaged, I'm signing off. I will leave. I'm dipping.
Hey, man, don't leave me hanging like that. You know I need your support as well once it goes in for the BOD second item. But here's the thing. This time around, the big difference is that you're running Zane on the Fredrin. So he will be building tank. He should at least. I don't want to see him rocking the Vorax as well as the Queen's Wings early on. Otherwise, there'd be no one to face tank any of the damage that would come in from Wise or Cupcake. Out here right now, MEC Esports, pick up the Kalia. I want the Kalia.
It's super good for them. I have to agree. If you put Fredrin out of position, if you put Khalid out of position, you can go for Farsa. Probably Farsa would be forced to run Purify if you go for Kalia, and that means traction pull heads. That means Ji Sun-shin gets on top, she is dead. She cannot reposition for feathered airstrike. It's just so much worse if you are forced to not run flicker on Forza.
Oh, it's a Lunox into the Minotaur. I can hear your expressions, Warren. I can absolutely hear it. That's interesting at the very best.
But it means one thing, and that is that we will have untypical gold laners. So that's kind of a trademark for Misa Esports, because they are not really rocking those typical ones. Of course, Kimi used to be a more typical gold laner, right? But then she ended up in mid lane lately. So now she probably will be going into that gold lane, or maybe Lunox. What do you think will be the idea?
Lunox gold, Kimi mid. You've got Minotaur as well to try and get the early mid lane priority against Virtue, Senko, and Mio's combination. It's gonna be big out here, ladies and gentlemen, as it all boils down to this best of one series. Misa Esports taking on Carpadium, 1-1 each for both of them, as we hop in to Game 3, the last game of the evening.
Last game of the evening indeed, as Carpe Diem are suddenly in the lead, only 40 gold though. So we will see how long they can sustain that. Virtusenko probably not yet rocking that Blade of Despair. I think he will be going for shoes first before he wants to shock us all and yeah, make us make surprise Pikachu faces. Well, right now, definitely Carpe Diem. If you would ask me after the first game, I would say, all right, it's done and dusted. Misa Esports 2-0, they are through. They are in the upper finals. It's done. But from the second game, I have to rephrase that, because it's actually very playable for Carpe Diem, and it really comes down to them, how well they can execute it. And honestly, I have to say it, everyone was thinking it. My lobby, he isn't looking like himself. He looked like himself in the first game, but in the second, not really that well. And honestly, from what I saw from this guy, he was so consistent. So him showing up into the second game and having so many missed positions and playing so poorly, if you compare it to his standard gameplay, I'm quite surprised.
On this Uranus right now, here's the thing, right? My lobby is the kind of guy who likes to make those plays. He wants to set his team up for success. On the Uranus, I don't really see that happening. He can soak up a lot of damage, but he can't set things up for his team. Now that job is for Pancake and Pancake alone. Out here up on top though, Zane, he's having his fun time.
Speaking about Pancake, half HP gone. He will need to pop the region. There is My Lobby. Consecration available to him. Big Feathered Airstrike popping those 3 members. My Lobby needs to use Consecration. Of course, it's level 1, so it doesn't really do that much. And Turtle has been secured for Zane.
Good one. Out here, My Lobby is going to be hopping back in as well. This is one thing which I wanted to point out, right? You've got the Ji Sun-shin, you've got...
Oh, going for Cupcake, he needs to run away. Flicker almost burned, and Zane will be probably taking the proper buff. Big play from Virtusenko, he goes for Cupcake as he wants to redeem his name. Oh, they go for more town. Whis is dead. Virtusenko, he gets traded, but it's fine. Can Zane survive? That's the big question. My Lobby, no. He says no. You are dead, my man. Double kill for My Lobby, and he wants to make it triple. Make it triple. Go for Mio. Triple kill for My Lobby. And you were speaking scared. You were saying you cannot carry on Uranus. Well, look at him do that.
I mean, he doesn't need to make any play for his team. He is like, I am going to clean up the plays by everyone. That's what he says. My man is just absolutely destroying all of them. And I'd have to say, Bitter's rotation was the catalyst that helped Misa win that entire fight. And now, Wise still there. It's also got the Mountain Shocker available. Not really.
Honestly,
going
what a caster curse. Just when I decide, speaking about caster curse, just when we look at Best Vorbout, he gets put down, gets bursted down, and he is gone and in the base. But what I wanted to say, just when I dare to speak about My Lobby ill-fatedly, he immediately puts up such a show that he is triple kill and his team is in the lead. Well, was.
It's absolutely fine as long as they can keep this goal lead to a bare minimum out there, Mio. So Wise again, he's going to be A-okay up top. My lobby is annoying the heck out of Zayn as well as Abu Amar Jr. And he's not really going in for any kind of overextensions as well. He understands the limits of his Uranus. He's going to be standing all the way back as well, having his own fun time. But there we go. Another skirmish in mid.
Zayn taunting up my lobby. He still has his consecration. Now it will be even stronger. Oh, they smited very well. I mean, retributed very well. Pardon my English. And my lobby could be the target, but still it's Uranus. He pops consecration. He is fine. You have nothing on this man. Oh, but you have something for Zayn. Zayn needs to run away. But of course, it's Fredrin. He will be fine.
He's okay as of now. Farming up pretty well though. Keeping up with the EXP as well for both of them out there. On top though.
But speaking about farming, now they are trying to farm my lobby. But looks like this flicker will be just enough for him to stay alive.
Big play, my guy. The way he just sidestepped all of the feathered airstrike bombardments. That was massive. Carpadium really needed that pick to shut him down. 3-0-0. He's got a bounty on top of his head. They need that extra bit of gold as well. But none of that is happening for the team. On the back of it right now, Misa Esports. Yeah.
Scared. You didn't see it, did you? The man, the myth, the legend, Virtusenko with full damage. Khalid once more. Going for those big plays. Yeah, he picked up more damage. He did it again. He's going for it again. But we will see how it will work out this time, because so far it's looking well. 900 gold, 300,000 mega kill for my lobby. Well, I said something and suddenly it's the other way around. Virtusenko gets put down, Zayn as well. Mio is gone.
Overcommitment coming in for Carpadium though, and a massive punish from Misa Esports. 4-0-1 for my lobby. He's just making sure he's bursting down all of them on the other side. Bitter as well joining in the fight. The Lunox in the gold lane. I was a bit skeptical about it because of their late game scaling. But I don't think so. They eventually worry about any of that. They're having a fun time there. And guess what? Virtusenko doesn't really care about what my lobby is doing up on top of the Uranus. He's just going to make sure that he's trying to give his team a proper vision on the other ends of the spectrum of this map. And that's where Zayn wants to go in for the turtle.
And speaking about going for something, Zayn goes for Cupcake, and now Virtusenko comes to fruition with his pick because he finishes it off. Still trying to survive, tanking quite a lot of damage. He's still fine. Fine and dandy, you can even say, as Mio pushes my lobby away, forces his consecration, and there is Zayn. He is kind of low. I don't think he can continue to play it. I think you need to drop the turtle.
Yeah, they've got to try and move all the way back.
Fight. He goes for more. Amar Jr. needs to run away. Yuzong still kind of tanky, so he's fine. But Misa Esports will be taking this turtle home, probably.
Trying to make sure that they punished Carpadium for a bit of an overextension out there when they committed on Cupcake, as he's back in the fight right now. And Zayn, he was taken down quite low. There's another Mountain Shocker, and now they want to seize down in mid, or at least on top.
Well, speaking about top, do you see what I see? No, I thought it's 1 second. My bad. My bad, not 1 second. And now speaking about seconds, I think Amar Jr. survived by just 1 second.
Lucky for him out there though, but there's the support from the other side.
Pancake will be fine. Feather Airstrike doesn't have that big of a range.
For now. That's the thing.
For now, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, once Mio picks up the Lightning Crunchy and Holy Crystal, that's where the problems begin.
Speaking about problems, Bitter needed to use his own ultimate to survive, and now Zayn jumping around, he will be fine. And Virtusenko is truly showing me that maybe the full damage Khalid is the way, because right now they are in the lead.
The big thing is that he is not really the first engage of the team. If you really look at the difference between the previous, or rather the first game and now, in the first game, Virtusenko was engaging. He was the first man in the fight. He was starting the fight. In this one, it's Zayn who's starting all the fights. So Virtusenko is the second man. He's doing the cleanup job, and I believe that is perfect for him.
I agree, but did you see the HP bar of Yuzong?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit fearful for himself, because I would love to see the items, because I don't think he is doing the same thing as my lobby was doing. I think he's doing a little bit more on the offensive side. Oh, he is. It's Hunter Strike. I mean, into a defensive item that makes you heal more, so I kind of see the vision, but I don't think the Hunter Strike should have been finished because he is so paper thin.
Same thing again, going in for that team. But one thing that I really like, and which I also mentioned in the draft itself, is that I want to see Zayn on the full defense build. Going in for the tough boots, into the brute force breastplate, reducing the amount of time he would be controlled, and then into a radiant armor. It is amazing for that man.
I love it. I love what Zayn is doing. I loved it in the second game. I love it now. He's doing so much work done as we approach the first lord of the game. But right now, at least from items, like item-wise, I feel like Amar Jr. is a little bit of a spy for the opposing team.
It's fine.
But now we approach another fight. Feather going for Pancake. Khalid pushing way away. So that means that Zayn will finish off the Lord. They try to run away, go for Pancake. MLBB is in the back line, going for more. Unstoppable. Best Vorval gets put down. Killing spree for Bitter as he pulls down Amar Jr. because he's not so tanky as he would be if he went for more defense. And I have to remind everyone of that fact.
And one of the fun thing is that at this point, MLBB can soak up everything that's being thrown at him. Yes, you've got Mio on that far side. Oh, the Ruby DD! Almost. Almost. Yeah, Bitter almost pulled this one off. I absolutely love seeing it, right? Because you know when there's a Lunox on the other side, there will be Ruby DD combinations. But you do not see them coming. And even if you do see them coming, there's nothing you can do about it. If you add a layer of Cosmic Fission into that, that's the only time when I feel Lunox would be, you could say, immobile enough where you could chain CC her into oblivion. But if you just simply jump in, go with the Cosmic Ultimate, then switch to the skill 1 Brilliance, and then go instantly for the Brilliance, no one can crowd control you until you yourself jump into one.
Well, I don't know if you caught that, but Virtusenko, he's on that power spike. He has the Blade of Despair, the BOD finished. So, of course, a lot of damage coming from Khalid.
Yeah, and the big thing is, he's constantly going to the far lane and clearing out that EXP. Right, here we go. With the Conceal out here, up top, they want to fight.
It's 5v4, Khalid is nowhere to be seen. Mountain Choker going for Amar. There is Zayn separated from the rest. He's still alive, he's super tanky. Big Feather doesn't really hit anyone. Virtusenko super low, tries to regen some of that HP back. MLBB gets put down. It's a big shutdown for Mio.
Absolutely phenomenal. 5-1 and 2 shutdown on MLBB. That's at least 300 gold being gained by everyone in the team. Around 1500 for the full shutdown of this Uranus. And with that, Carpe Diem are now finally getting back in this game again. As we have a look at the itemizations again. Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, War Axe being picked up by Wise. It's a bit of more damage. Holy smokes, he just deletes Virtusenko there.
He gets put down off his misery. But Brute Force Breastplate, Radiant Armor, Blade Armor for Zayn, so he will be super tanky. And now we see Amar Jr. actually went for the Radiant Armor himself. Now built in onto his second defensive item. So all things considered, they should be tanky enough if you compare their composition to their opponents. It should be alright. It's just the fact that I feel like the Hunter Strike wasn't that necessary because your composition already has so much damage. And so far, Virtusenko, it worked for him, but I don't know, later stages in the game, he will be more and more squishy, and this, what we just saw, Vay's one-shot in him, will be happening more and more.
That's why he's got to be careful, man. Not to engage, but rather to re-engage with his team. Zayn out here right now. He's trying to soak up a lot of things. One thing I noticed for Carpe Diem is that they've got no dominant size, so the only anti-heal is with Mio. If he doesn't hit anyone, if that glowing wand damage doesn't spread to others, they're all gonna heal up pretty good and dandy. Demon Hunter Sword completed by Cupcake.
Oh yes. Oh, it's there. So those tanks will be shredded. Doesn't really matter who you are. Maybe Virtusenko knew that, so he went for full damage. But right now it could be detrimental. He's going almost down. Big Black Dragon form. Lord is taking super low. Bezvorvad steals Pancake. And by the way, steals the Lord. Virtusenko goes down. Killing spree for Way as Carpe Diem make their retreat.
1-for-1 trade again, getting the Lord as well. Pancake for Virtue Senko. They're absolutely fine right now as my lobby will be doing the front line, and Wise picks up the Malefic gun. That means a lot more damage coming in from him, shredding through those defenses. I generally thought maybe it was Best Worldwide who actually got to steal with the Lord out here down at the bottom. Oh Mio, that could have been a massive mistake. Had to burn the flicker to try and survive through that. Lucky that he's still not taken down, and holy smokes, my lobby. 58 freaking thousand damage.
That's Uranus for you, and that's my lobby on that pick that shouldn't be able to carry. Right now he's trying to carry his team to victory. Cupcake running away. We with a 1v1 against Virtusenko. Actually, it went so... I don't know what HP they started, but looking at how they run away with how much HP they had left, Virtusenko probably caught him off guard and bursted him down. So it looks like the threat of him one-shotting someone is still up there on the table. Big Black Dragon for going for that initiation. Big Taunt going for first two targets. They go for Cupcake. Cupcake seems to flicker out, but Amar Jr. cannot follow through. He will go down. Mega kill for Wei as one member is dead for Carpe Diem as they will try to defend their base.
You could clearly see Cupcake eventually was shredding himself down thanks to the Radiant Armor and the Blade Armor on the other side. But after that, yeah, it was thanks to the support of Wise out here that eventually Abu Amar Jr. was taken down so very well out here. Zayn up in front.
Big play from Pancake going for all four members. He initiated. Cupcake goes down, but the same as Virtusenko. Pancake though gets put down as they try to race for the base.
No minions.
It's still alive. My lobby had to flicker away, but the dream is still alive. Carpe Diem are still in the game.
They still want to take everything in this upper bracket. There's a reason why they were able to make this journey, ladies and gentlemen. And that journey was made by the idea of not giving up. The previous game was like that. This game is like that. Carpe Diem are making sure that they stand up on top.
But right now it looks like that theoretical top of the hill is being sunk into the river. That's MEC Esports. 3,000 goal lead for MEC Esports, and what especially has to be said that Carpe Diem are on a timer, and I think this timer is slowly running out if it didn't run out already, because Cupcake is outscaling everyone together with Wei, and of course we have Bitter who probably is not outscaling Farsa, but he will be almost the same power, so nothing will lose there, whereas Granger will be just weaker. Virtusenko will not be a threat, and Bezvorva needs to flicker away, but he's still alive. Wei half HP gone actually. Damage taken. Of course, we see Uranus
Obviously,
up there.
yeah. There's absolutely no doubt that this man will always be up there. Sits in front of everyone, in front of the minions, all the people, and he soaks up everything. It's absolutely fine. Out here right now, Holy Crystal being picked up by Bitter. Now I feel MEC Esports will be taking down the other side. Consecration used up.
Consecration used up, and that means my lobby cannot regen further, but he's still super tanky. Monster kill, Virtusenko goes down, and this was 4v3, and they couldn't translate it to anything. Amar Jr. will be put down, he gets destroyed. Cupcake absolutely
Whoa!
goes down, shut down for Mio, but now they try to run away, but Wei is going for that backdoor, cheeky, sneaky backdoor. Mio doesn't let himself go for Rico. He tried to do it. Oh, he doesn't have minions. He doesn't. Shut down for Bezvorva as if you try to defend the base with 3 members available against 2. That's a nice call for Lord.
400 shutdown gold for 1. That's over 2k for the entire team. Carpe Diem are not giving up. 3 for 1 trade now, and they won the 4th one in the form of my lobby.
My lobby gets put down. Man, you are tanky, but not tanky enough to go against 3 members of Carpe Diem, especially with true damage coming from Zayn. Pancake will try to steal it. Do they have enough DPS? Mio should stop fishing for the enemies. He should help with Lord. They might not make it in time. Cupcake could try to steal. He doesn't. He misses. It's gone. Zayn picks it up, and suddenly Carpe Diem with a 2,000 goal lead, and something that looked like it will never happen might be coming to pass.
40 stacks for the Sky Piercer of best worldwide on this Granger. 774 for his passive stacks. He is still trying to scale up well. I want to have a look at the amount of Thunderbolt stacks on my lobby right now. I'm expecting something over 30. Oh, brilliant.
This
Forced
Predator
out.
strike from Mio, there's so much damage. Doesn't matter who it hits, it's so much. 49 actually, for your information.
Now, nasty, man. That's basically having what? 49 hybrid defense on both physical and magic. That's like having an extra defensive item for yourself. But just giving you a lot of defense. Holy smokes.
Virtusenko.
This guy is insane.
He's gone. But soon could be Wei as well. He gets bombarded by Federer, but there's my lobby pushing Mio away and letting Wei survive. But talking about pushing, look at the bottom side. Lord is marching, he is pushing. Can Carpe Diem keep MEC Esports in the top side so Lord can do his job? Looks like they will not because Wei is down there.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. No inhibitors are going to be lost in this fight. 100%. Virtusenko being picked up. 2-8 and 2. My guy. Oh!
With a crazy play, going for best for fight together with Mio. They get put down. My lobby finishes them off. Both of them are almost dead. Both of them are actually dead, and it's my lobby with Pancake against Samar Jr. and Zayn, and suddenly the game that looked very winnable for Carpe Diem looks like it will be lost in their hands because it's 4 against 3 actually, so they possibly can defend. Virtusenko, please don't do something hasty. We need you for the end of the game.
My lobby is just annoying the heck out of everyone.
That's
Alright,
one
fair.
way to put it. For sure.
Yeah, I really thought they'd be going in for the full fight up on top though, but they're holding it down. They're still waiting for Better to hop on though. Hold on, Zayn.
They are holding it for now, but they go for base crystal for sure. My lobby making some space. Amar Jr. trying to defend. Black Dragon 4 nowhere to be available. Half HP gone. Kali trying to defend. They go for the rush. They try to end it. They go for the base. It's gone.
They just brute force their way through mid and bottom wave. That is insane. Coming in for the side of MEC Esports, my man. I'd have to say, you know, they were literally biting down on everything which they could just to try and end this game, giving away all of those nasty bounties as well to the other side. First it was my lobby, then it was Wise, both of them eventually losing out on everything that they had, but man, what a way to pull themselves back into this game.
You know what's the worst part? Carpe Diem. I know they are still in winner bracket. Well, they were, so they will lose into the loser. They will fall into the loser bracket. But they were like literally sitting in the room where they were getting awarded the prize for winning. But someone took them from the room by their sleeves and pulled them out and said, "No, we are sorry. We mixed up the names. It's actually for John Carroll or not Carroll John. Sorry." So basically, that's what happened there because Carpe Diem, they were so close to victory, and after that crazy game 1 that was so one-sided, I had so much hope for them that they could make it, but unfortunately that's not the story of today. It's not the story of this battle, because this battle goes to MEC Esports and their supreme cooperation.
It was big one, my man. It was absolutely big. Here's the thing, right? Throughout that entire game, there were moments when we thought that yes, Carpe Diem will be able to pull themselves back. It's just like how you mentioned, Carpe Diem just not giving up whatsoever. Cupcake being picked off so many times in that game where you thought that he'd probably survive, he was getting shut down. But the big difference maker was the combination of Pancake and Bitter. They made sure that the Ruby DD into the Minoan Fury will destroy Carpe Diem. And that is exactly what it took to finally shut them all down.
Oh, absolutely. And at this moment, you really thought that this will be the end? Wait, no, it was right. Yeah, it wasn't. I wasn't quite sure. There were like 3 attempts at ending the base crystal, but the third one, it came to fruition. 21-minute long game, number 3, the last game of today, the last series and game of today. What a show it was. I hope you enjoyed it with us as we will go over the stats and break it down for you how it went wrong for Carpe Diem in the end, because it looked like they could be scraping back into the game. But I must really one more time speak about the fact that if you look at my lobby, he went full tank. If you look at Pancake, he went full tank. Whereas Abo Emmer Jr., he has 2 damage items. And one item is Immortality, which if it doesn't have the passive available, it's not really that heavy on the defensive side. So I am so sad that this was the way to itemize for Yuzong, because I'm feeling like, and you can agree or disagree with me on that, I will give you the word and space for that, but I feel like he went just too heavily on damage, especially if Virtusenko is rocking that full damage Khalid.
I think so. Instead of that Hunter Strike, we should have seen a proper defense as well. I think so. That should have been the case. Maybe since he's already had the Radiant Armor, already had the Blade Armor. I don't know, man. Maybe he could have gone in for an Oracle to help him out sustain a little bit, while also getting that 10% cooldown reduction that you normally get from the Hunter Strike. I think so. The reason why he went in for the Hunter Strike and Vorax was to try and catch Cupcake as many times as possible on this Yuzong. But the fact is that Cupcake always had either his skill 1 available, or maybe the skill 2 available to get the Immobilize in as well, or always had the Flicker. Like I remember in most of the team fights, he was just running away with the Flicker from Abo Amar Jr. And that was one of the big reasons why he sustained through those fights and was also able to deal that 61,000 damage. But my lobby, my goodness, 103,596 overall damage being dealt, topping the chart in the entire team.
Also, it especially has to be said once more that even though I tried to believe in Virtusenko, man, that's not it. I bet in ranked or in under different circumstances is working very well, but this wasn't the moment to go for that. And even though we both were saying, all right, I can kind of see the vision, in the end you have semi-tanky Yuzong, but the type of tank that is Yuzong, well, he is not really a tank, that's first, right? He's more of a fighter, but the way he is tanky is through the sustain. But how does he sustain? Well, if he gets focused down, CC'd up, and bursted down, he cannot sustain because he's sustaining through the heals. And how he makes the heals? Well, he needs to get to the targets and hit them. And if he is the sole target that's there, no one is getting near him. They are careful about that. No one will get near him, and he wasn't able to do his job. I'm sorry, but I feel like this game, together with the first one, falls heavily on the decision to go full damage Khalid. I don't know who had the idea, I don't know who made the decision, but I don't think that's something that will fly, that will get you through the upper brackets at least, and maybe not even through the lower bracket. I'm worried about that.
Maybe 1 damage item and adding 3 roaming items like full tank defense, that could have helped him out too. He would have had enough damage to probably chunk down the other side and sustain at the very same time. Like, it would have taken an effort from Misa to shut him down. So I 100% agree. There needed to be a better itemization from both Virtusenko, maybe Abo Amar Jr. On the other side, pretty good items. They knew what they were doing. They absolutely had an idea of what they wanted to do as well. Again, fun fact, no dominance ice coming in whatsoever. Now, yes, I absolutely understand that you've got Virtusenko with a Sea Halberd, you've got Best Worldwide with a Sea Halberd, and then Mio with a Glowing Wand. But in the mid game, there was no anti-heal apart from just a Glowing Wand. That was one of the big reasons why we could constantly see that sustain coming in from my lobby, as well as Pancake, even Bitter to some extent. A lot of things happening out here. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to have a look at the lower brackets right now. Loyal Sword 1-0, Rek Pulse, Loyal Sword moving up forward. Now Carpe Diem are going to play with... I've got to check that name.
Spont Esports.
Spont
But
Esports.
there is something that I'm very sad for myself, and that is Metal Black. This is loser bracket, I believe, and Metal Black, they are out. Even with their rebuild, they are just gone like that. They were going through the upper bracket, and the first time they fall into loser bracket, they got dominated by Spont Esports that found their way through the lower bracket into a duel against Carpe Diem. So that's something that the future holds for us. I don't know if it will be played today. I think possibly, but not on the stream anymore, or maybe tomorrow, right? But Spont Esports or Carpe Diem or their opponents from the top part of the bracket is something we might see. Meta shift against Mesa Esports. So meta shift we already saw on the stream, pretty formidable against Mesa Esports. Meta shift taking it by storm 2-0 against Loyal Sword. So based upon that Mesa Esports had to go into this full BO3, not to take away the credit that for Carpe Diem, because they were fighting very strongly, they were battling it out. But if you compare it, their opponents went through it 2-0, so you can say even flawless. Of course, we didn't see the game. Well, we did see it, right? But what I'm trying to say is you don't see the... It's hard to power scale, right? So we will see that in the future. We will see that tomorrow. But what I'm trying to say is it will be exciting. It will be a blast. And I'm looking forward to that. And I have to say bye-bye to my boys from Metal Black. I was really hoping for them to make it through, but unfortunately, that's not the story. That's not how the cookie crumbles, how Kronos would say. Well, Skirt, I will leave to you the last words of today's stream.
Oh my god, thank you so much for that, Warren. And yes, I 100% agree with the way how things went. Everyone wanted Method Black to be back, but it seems like it's an end of the era, at least for the MEC Fall 2025. But ladies and gentlemen, we've still got 4 more teams out here, 2 in upper, 2 in lower bracket, and only 2 out of all those 4 will eventually move all the way up from these LCQs. A gruesome journey they've all went through, but the job is not yet done. 2 best of 5s for tomorrow. I know none of you want to miss on that one out, so we will be taking that break out here. That's it for today from me, Skadiad, alongside me, Warren. We also had Kronos as well back on the desk as well. We'll be catching you guys tomorrow with the last day of the LCQs.